I can't believe this has happened. People are greedy and stupid, and stuff like this happens, I guess, all the time, unfortunately.
Hello everyone and welcome back to another live stream with me, Grizzly K. This is Grizzly True Crime, and today we are looking at watching day 4 of the eye drops murder trial together. So if you haven't seen day 1, 2, and 3, I would highly recommend checking it out because it's all time-stamped for you, and of course it's edited for you so that it's as concise as possible. If you know nothing about this case, I would recommend read the description box or check out definitely day 1 because I did a presentation time. On day 2 in the very beginning of the stream, I also had a presentation time to fill you guys in on everything. Thank you so much, It's Sam, for being a member for 11 months. Welcome to all my moderators, to all my patrons, and all the Grizzly members, all the OGs, which means original Grizzlies, and everyone that will subscribe today. If you're just lurking usually, that's okay, as long as you make sure you subscribe, hit the bell, so that you get notified when I go live next. Okay, I'm gathering also from the comments that you guys are really enjoying this format. Sorry, thank you so much, Faye Vibes. So we'll continue with that next week, which means we're going to be watching day 5 on Tuesday. So we'll go again Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Okay, unless of course there's not a day in court, but I don't think there's any holidays coming up now, so it should be all good like that. And this trial is set to last, they said, approximately 15 days, which I would assume would be 3 weeks in the courtroom. And so it will still be this full week and the next week. Okay, so I will quickly, very briefly, just so that we're all on the same page before we get started, say a reminder. The victim is Lynn Hernan, 62. She died on October 3rd of 2018 from an eye drop overdose, like poisoning, tetrahydrozoline. Wow. Okay, and so the defendant is Jessy Kurczewski, now 39. She was 34 years old at the time, and yeah, she's charged with first-degree murder and 2 felony counts of theft because she stole a lot of Lynn's money, according to what the prosecution said. That's what she's charged with and accused of. Okay, so we've gone over everything else here before. She's had some previous violations, misappropriate ID info to obtain the thing of value, and forgery, and all sorts. So if you want to see these presentations, I would highly recommend it. It would be on day 2 that we did this deep dive over here that you're seeing now. All right. So I have got day 4 here for you. The total trial footage is 4 hours and 9 minutes long. So we'll be probably about 5 hours, 5.5 hours or so. We shall see. Because of course we make commentary in between, and I'm always monitoring the chat. If you see me looking to the side a lot like this, I'm literally reading what you guys are saying, and then I pop some of your comments on the screen, and sometimes I pause, and then we talk about a few things. So if you like this format or the way that I present true crime, please like the video and share it so that others also know, okay, we're live right now. Maybe they'll come and join us, maybe for the first time. So what I've done here is I have put this at 1.2 times speed. We'll see how it sounds. If I need to slow it down, I will, okay? Yesterday, we watched quite a bit of the cross-examination on 1.2 times speed, and you guys liked it a lot. If it doesn't sound right, don't worry. I'll slow down, okay? So let me put the sound on for you guys, and off we go. There we go. I'm going to say one more thing. Please remember that firstly, I'm allowed to have my own opinion, as are you. We are all adults over here. I don't have to agree with you, and you don't have to get offended if I don't, and you don't have to agree with me. One would think I don't have to say that, but based on some emails, I have to say it. Okay, and number 2, here at Grizzly True Crime, I protect victims and their families. So if the defense attorneys are going to be smirking and saying, oh, she had all her little pills, and, saying victim blaming, a lot of victim blaming has gone on from all 3 days that we've seen so far, I'm definitely going to snark about it. I'm going to say, why are they smirking like the Grinch? Why? I'm protective of the victim and their family and friends. Didi Reynolds, thank you so much. Really, really appreciate it. You say you work so hard for all of us bear cubs. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Now, are we ready? Here we go. Okay, start it.
Pablo Galaviz appeared with Ms. Kurczewski. Good morning.
All right, good morning once again. All jurors are here. Is there anything court needs to address with the parties before we bring the jury out from the state?
Yes, we were able to confirm with Dr. Budritsky she does not have a defense subpoena, so she's been released from our subpoena.
All right. Then, given that there was no defense subpoena, I will, affirm the release of her. All right, anything from the defense?
No, nothing.
All right, you have your next witness available then?
We do.
All right, then, Madam Clerk, have the jurors brought out. Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. And good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Attorney Nicolai, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Judge. State calls Dr. Kacinko.
Good morning, Dr. Kacinko. If you would please make your way to the witness stand.
Okay, so Dr. Sherry Kacinko is going to take the stand, the toxicologist. And you guys were all talking about this yesterday, saying, when will the toxicologist be testifying as well? We had the medical examiner on the stand on day 2 and day 3, and now we're going to hear a lot from the toxicologist. So, and there won't be these long, like yesterday was really a long stretch of cross-examination. It's very well divided, very well balanced on this day, time-wise, if I could say it like that. Annie T says, also, we are not the jury. It is opinions. We know she's innocent until proven guilty. We are not the jury. Exactly. Yes, that's kind of why we watch trials together. You know what I mean? So we can all debate and share our opinions and say what we think. Okay, Crystal Ann, I agree. Against victim blaming. I get very snarky. People victim blame. I don't like it at all. And when people say, but the defense is just doing their job. No, there's different strategies in victim blaming. How many times did the defense attorney yesterday say that the victim was overweight and alcoholic? She liked all her little pills, maybe a little vodka and eye drops. Come on, man. Come on. Oh, it was horrible. Okay, so are we ready? I'm so ready for this. Here we go.
It is up a riser. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand, and my clerk, Teresa, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Please have a seat. First thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Sherry, Sherri, Kacinko, Kacinko.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you, Judge. Dr. Kacinko, where do you work?
NMS Labs in Horsham, Pennsylvania.
And what do you do there?
I am a toxicologist.
I'd like to show you State's Exhibit 47, just for the witness, please, and have Mr. Vulcanier flip through the pages. I just want to know if you recognize that exhibit. Doctor, I'm just going to ask you some questions about your background while we're loading that up.
Okay.
What type of educational background do you have to be a toxicologist with NMS Labs?
I have a Bachelor's of Science degree in chemistry and a doctorate or PhD in toxicology.
In terms of your time with NMS Labs, how long have you been there?
15 years.
During that entire time, were you working as a toxicologist for that lab?
Yes.
Could you tell the jury a little bit about NMS Labs and who you do work for at that lab?
NMS Labs is a private toxicology and chemistry laboratory. So on the toxicology side, NMS Labs does work for hospitals and clinicians doing clinical toxicology testing, and also does work for medical examiners' offices, law enforcement departments, defense attorneys, and other types of investigators or doctors doing more forensic toxicology, including both performance toxicology, so that's like driving under the influence of alcohol or drugs, and also post-mortem toxicology or toxicology on individuals who have died.
And that's what you mean by post-mortem?
Yes.
Okay. In terms of the area within the lab, does the lab also do testing of substances?
Yes. So there is also a drug chemistry department in the laboratory, and that department is testing the pills and powders and liquids to see if they contain any drugs or chemicals, depending on what's being asked for.
Okay. What areas of the country do you receive samples for testing?
We receive samples from all over the country.
Okay. In terms of your work, you indicated that that includes requests from defense attorneys in some circumstances?
Yes. So sometimes we are asked to redo testing that was done
Let me just slow it down slightly.
at another laboratory to verify their results, or we are asked to review the testing done in those laboratories to determine if they did the testing correctly, if their methods were appropriate, and then to offer opinions on the toxicology results with respect to particular cases.
In terms of coroner or medical examiner offices who send you toxicology samples, where do you have offices all over the country that send you things?
Yes, we have medical examiners in almost every state of the country that use NMS labs either as their primary toxicology lab where we do all of their toxicology testing, or in a lot of cases, there might be a medical examiner's lab that has their own lab that can do some toxicology, but if they come across something that they're unable to test for and we are able to test for it, then they will send us a sample for that particular test.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that NMS Labs is a very comprehensive lab in terms of what you can test for and what you can quantify?
Yes.
Okay. No matter who sends you a substance or postmortem sample, does it cost money for your lab to test those?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And you, because you're a private lab, right?
Well, it costs the state lab money to do testing too. It costs money to do toxicology testing.
Okay.
I just quickly want to pause and just explain for anyone who missed it yesterday. The reason we're sharing emojis like that, like rainbows and cats, is of course Lynn, the victim in this case, really loved cats, and she took in a lot of stray cats, and she had 2 stray cats at the time that she died. And she also said, it said on her obituary that she really loved the song Somewhere Over the Rainbow. So that's why we're sharing rainbows and little cats and things in the chat. So in case you see that and you wonder, why are people doing that? That's why. Okay, that's why.
Now, I believe Exhibit 47 is now displayed on your screen. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and I'd like Mr. Vulcanier to just flip through the 9 pages, please. Doctor, do you recognize Exhibit 47?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It is a copy of my curriculum vitae or my CV.
Okay, is that a fair and accurate copy of your current CV?
Yes, it is.
I'd move Exhibit 47 into evidence, ask for permission to publish.
No objection.
Exhibit 47 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
And if we could zoom in, please. And I'm not going to go through each line of this, doctor, but in terms of your work experience, where were you before NMS Labs?
So immediately before NMS Labs, I was working on my doctorate in toxicology at the University of Maryland. While I was there, I did research at the National Institutes on Drug Abuse. Prior to that, I was a forensic chemist for the state of Florida.
Okay. I'd like to ask you specifically about, I'm not sure which page this is on, but about boards or certifications that you have or groups that you belong to that are important in your field of toxicology. If you could just tell us when to stop.
There we go.
Thank you. This is page 3 of Exhibit 47. Is that true?
Looking for a page number.
If you actually look on the left.
Oh, there we go. Thank you. Yes, 3.
So can you just explain what those certifications and licenses are?
So I am a fellow of the American Board of Forensic Toxicologists, and this is an accrediting body that specifically is certifying individuals who work in the field of toxicology and apply that work to forensics. So that entails it requires a work period. So you have to have 3 years of work experience before you can apply to become certified. And then once they review your background and there are reference letters and determine your eligibility, there is an exam. And when you pass the exam, you become certified. To maintain certification, I am required to have continuing education credits every year. Over the course of 5 years, I have to get 50 units of continuing education credit, at which point I reapply. I don't have to retake the test, thankfully, but I have to show that I did that continuing education, that I'm continuing to work in the field of forensic toxicology, and then I can be recertified. The other ones that are listed are state level requirements. So different states require different certificates for people who are doing forensic work for that state. So that's what the North Carolina, Ohio, and Texas licenses are. That is, because the lab I work for does testing for those states, I am required to maintain those certifications. Texas did require an exam, the other two did not, but they are looking at credentials, and they have to regularly be recertified. The New York State Department of Health is a certificate of qualifications. As you can see, I have that qualification in 3 different areas: forensic toxicology, clinical toxicology, and therapeutic substance monitoring, quantitative toxicology. And that is not required to do work for the state of New York, but it is required to do duties that are associated with being an assistant lab director. I am not currently an assistant lab director, but my employer asked me to get that certificate so that in the future, if they need someone to step into that role or responsibility, I'm ready to go. I already have that certification.
In terms of being a fellow of the American Board of Forensic Toxicologists, does that require you to follow certain guidelines or ethical guidelines in your work?
Yes, so every time I recertify, I have to sign an ethics statement, basically a statement indicating that I will continue to work ethically as a forensic toxicologist and follow the expected ethical guidelines of the field. And there's an it's a little bit of a complicated relationship, but there's something called the Academy Standard Boards, and that's part of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, and it is in partnership with national, federal organizations, and they are working on putting out standards and guidelines and recommendations for all the different fields of forensic science. So basically, putting in writing what the basic expectations both...
Become a narrative.
She may continue. I would just ask going forward. I do believe it's responsive, but go ahead.
So these recommendations and guidelines are drafted by people in the field. They go through a period of review. And then once they're adopted, there is an expectation that someone is certified by the American Board of Forensic Toxicologists, are aware of them, and are following those recommendations and guidelines.
Okay. In terms of, it looks like you're a member of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, which I think you mentioned, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is that important to your work?
Yes.
In terms of the page the jury's now seeing, the bottom of page 3, does that list all the professional organizations that you're a member of?
Yes.
Okay. I want to ask you about teaching. Do you do any teaching?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and I think if we go back up to page 2, we may have missed that section. Okay, so if you could just give the jury an overview of where you teach and what you're teaching, please.
So currently, my major teaching assignment is teaching a pharmacology course for the Forensic Science Graduate Program at Arcadia University. In the past, I have taught a forensic toxicology laboratory for the graduate program in forensic toxicology at Jefferson University. And ongoing, I participate in educational opportunities at the Center for Forensic Science Research and Education. This is a nonprofit organization that offers continuing education to people in the forensic science fields. And I teach in some of their courses related to forensic toxicology. For example, I teach in the postmortem interpretive toxicology class, and this is a class that is offered to the public. Primarily, the attendees are medical examiners, law enforcement, or medical legal death investigators. So it's a week-long course where they are learning about all of the different classes of drugs and how to interpret that postmortem toxicology.
Thank you. I am done with Exhibit 47. Doctor, I'd like to talk a little bit more about your lab. What kind of quality control efforts are in place at NMS Labs?
So quality control is present through every aspect of the laboratory, from receipt of specimens through publication of results. one of the primary quality control mechanisms is maintenance of chain of custody. So this is just tracking the samples through the laboratory, documenting everything that happens to them. Within the analytical testing, each analytical test has its own quality control. And typically when we talk about quality control samples, we're talking about samples with known amounts or presence of drug. We run it through the same test as patient samples, and we ensure the test is working correctly. We also participate in proficiency testing. So this is when outside organizations send samples in with drugs in them. We perform our testing on them and we report back to those agencies what we found. And then there's a report sent back to us. If there is anything that we reported that wasn't in there or that we didn't report that we should have, there has to be an investigation. We have to show them that we did that investigation to show that we have acknowledged and corrected any issues that led to that proficiency issue.
She's good, right? Oh my word. Annie T says, let us all send some love to Gisela. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Annie T.
And then for the toxicologist, every year a certain number of cases that I review are secondary reviewed by another toxicologist. So after I'm done with my review, another toxicologist comes in and does a review to make sure that I did it correctly. And then finally, we get reviewed on our testimony. So either someone accompanies me to testimony or they read transcripts of my testimony. And that is all requirements of the laboratory accreditations.
So the lab is accredited?
Yes, NMS Labs has a large list of accreditations.
Okay. I'd like to have you talk a little bit more about what your day might look like at work at NMS Labs, please.
So my primary job duty at NMS Labs is case review. So this is the process of reviewing all of the documentation that was received with a sample, reviewing case history if one was provided, looking at the analytical results and the report and making sure that all of the testing that was requested was performed, that all of the results make toxicological sense, requesting additional testing if something looks awry. And then finally, I certify the report. I put my name on the report and say this is a reliable and accurate reflection of the results of the testing that was performed. Outside of that, I have involved in a lot of different groups. I am in a strategy team. It's just an internal name we use for different groups that look at different types of testing. So I'm on the postmortem strategy team, and the job of that team is to regularly review the scope or the drugs that we're testing for in our postmortem panels and make sure that they are up to date. There are requirements or guidelines published by different organizations on what you should be testing for in different types of panels. So we're comparing to that, making sure that we're meeting those. And also, I monitor drug trends within the laboratory. So we are a large lab. We do about 8,000 postmortem toxicology analyses a month. That means we have a lot of data. So one of my jobs is to keep track of that data and try to identify new trends. So new drugs that we're seeing, things that we're seeing more often. And then that is used to kind of guide future testing or educational opportunities. You know, if we start to see a new drug more often, it might be necessary to go out and educate our clientele or educate medical examiners or law enforcement officers that this new drug is out there. Related to new drugs, I also co-chair the novel psychoactive substances team. So kind of doing the same thing as postmortem, but specifically looking at novel drugs. So new things that are popping up in the drug supply. I am involved in method development and validation. Now, I don't do any of the development or the validation testing, but I am responsible for indicating what should be included in a test, what validation experiments need to be run. And the validation is the process of ensuring that a test works before we start using it on patient samples. And then I have random responsibilities and requirements depending on what's going on in the lab at any given time. I might be asked to participate in other projects.
Okay. When you talked about your role in determining and keeping updated the panel for postmortem samples, does your standard postmortem toxicological panel include tetrahydrozoline?
So we have really two levels of postmortem testing. There are three levels. We have a basic test, which does not include tetrahydrozoline. Our expanded postmortem panel, and I can't remember the name of the other panel. So we have an expanded panel that does, and then we have an expanded panel that also includes additional NPS that also includes tetrahydrozoline. The majority of our postmortem testing is that expanded panel that does include tetrahydrozoline.
Did you work on a report that was generated based on requests from Dr. Bedritsky in Waukesha County for a patient named Lynn Hernan?
Yes, I did.
And do you know initially whether Dr. Bedritsky wanted that expanded panel that you just talked about?
That was the test that was originally ordered in this case. So all of our testing is directed by clients. We run what they ask us to run.
Okay. I want you to explain to the jury how you got involved in this case with Dr. Bedritsky.
So I did not review the original report. The original report was signed by I believe a certifying scientist, which was an old job title. They are now toxicologists too, but we had a class of people called certifying scientists. I was doing a job duty, which I didn't describe earlier, but we have a job duty that's called toxicologist of the day. And basically, when you're a toxicologist of the day, your job is to answer any questions coming in from clients. So clients calling in customer service, and this can be anything from they want to talk about a case and get some guidance on what tests to order, or they've gotten a result and they want to discuss the toxicology results. It also includes answering questions from the laboratory if the laboratory has any analytical questions. But on this given day, I was assigned to be toxicologist of the day, and a question came in from the medical examiner's office asking for a phone call to discuss the toxicology results in this case. So I did that because that day it was my job to do that.
And it was Dr. Bedritsky that called?
Yes.
Okay. And you mentioned that your lab does about 8,000 postmortem samples a month?
It varies obviously, but I think currently it's 7,000 to 8,000 a month.
Are you able to keep your thumb on all those and grab all the ones that have tetrahydrozoline in it?
No. Who signs out a case is very random. Basically, there's lists of different cases that need to be signed, and we sign them first in, first out. So, and it depends on what you're allowed. I'm allowed to sign every type of case that comes into the lab, but as you move through this, like when you first start, you're only signing certain types of cases.
Do you remember why Dr. Bedritsky called about this case?
She called because tetrahydrozoline is an unusual finding, and it was the first time she had encountered it in a postmortem case.
At that point, did you pull the toxicology results that had been done in your lab?
Yes.
So if I asked you if you personally did the testing that gave those results, what would you say?
No.
Okay. What did you do when you took a look at that panel, those results?
The results for this case?
Right.
So I reviewed the data to make sure everything looked good, and I looked at the results, and I don't remember if sometimes when we get these phone calls, they call client support, and client support writes down notes and emails us that they want a phone call back. I cannot remember if it specifically said tetrahydrozoline was what she was calling about. But when I looked at the toxicology report, I was like, I bet you she's calling about the tetrahydrozoline because it was a very elevated concentration compared to what we're used to seeing. So I did just, before I call, I always try to do a little bit of research on all of the drugs just to try to be prepared for any questions. It's really hard because a lot of times you have no idea and you can spend a lot of time preparing and they have a question completely unrelated. But in this case, I read through some information on tetrahydrozoline. I confirmed my thought that it was an elevated concentration. I looked at some of the literature of other reported results, and then I called her back.
Okay. In terms of your time with the lab, was this the very first time that any client called you about a tetrahydrozoline result, if you recall?
I recall one other phone call specifically. Well, now there's more than one. There was one phone call that I had. I honestly don't remember if it was before or after this case. Since then, I've had several different conversations with different people about tetrahydrozoline. But at that time, there may have been one case that was around the same time that I spoke to a client about.
Do you know if this was the first or second time that tetrahydrozoline had been reported in an NMS report on a postmortem sample?
No, it's not unusual to report. It's not common to report tetrahydrozoline, but it's something we see because it is something that a lot of people use. What was unusual about this case was how much.
I'm just going to pause there. I see there's some people that might only be joining today and you might be a little confused about what they're talking about. Tetrahydrozoline is the main ingredient in eye drops. Specifically, Visine is what they've been talking about. And that is what Lynn was poisoned with and she had a lot in her system. They said 168 nanograms. It was 160 nanograms. And there was a different case that they'd mentioned before where a woman had poisoned her husband with the same type of eye drops, and he had 68 nanograms in his system, and he died. So she had a lot in her system, and that's what killed her. No matter what the defense tries to say, like all of yesterday, with all the other medications that she had been taking, the eye drops are what killed her. So that's why they talk a lot about tetrahydrozoline here. Okay. DR said 6 at one point, but how many did she give her? That's the question. True, that is the question.
Was there. So, probably don't get a lot of phone calls about it because when we do report it, typically it's at very low concentrations. So this was unusual because of the amount, not because it was tetrahydrozoline.
What are those more usual concentrations that you referenced?
So typically when it's used as an eye drop, the concentration is less than 1 nanogram per milliliter. We see a fair number that are kind of between 1 and 10. And then as the concentration increases, the number of cases we see decreases. But we have seen a dozen to 20 cases with concentrations greater than 100.
Okay. Was Ms. Hernan's case one of those?
Yes.
I'd like to publish the front page of Exhibit 35, please.
Go ahead.
Dr. Kacinko, does this look like the first page of the NMS lab for Ms. Hernan?
Yes.
Okay. And this has already been entered into evidence, but is this the report that ultimately you signed off on in this case?
It is one of the reports that I signed. There were multiple reports after the initial report that I signed, but this looks like it was the final report that I signed in this case.
Okay. And if we can please just zoom in on the top 2/3 of this page. So, Dr. Kacinko, if your lab issues multiple...
At least they zoomed in there as well. I also zoomed in extra for you guys and made the coloring a little bit better so we can see what's going on here. But sometimes in today's trial day, with some of this, the paperwork and amounts that they're showing, it's not that easy to see. Okay, I'm just giving you a heads up.
Multiple reports. Do subsequent reports incorporate everything that's been done already?
Yes, so as long as it says supplemental at the top, that means additional testing was done. So it's going to look the same as the original report, just with additional findings, if there were additional findings. Sometimes we do additional testing and there are no additional findings. But each report will include the previous report's results plus the new results.
And in this case, what was the tetrahydrozoline result in the blood?
It was 160 nanograms per milliliter.
Okay. In this case, do you recall, you already testified that there was more testing done after that initial panel, right?
That is correct.
Why was more testing done?
So after my initial phone call with the medical examiner, there were a couple of drugs that were in the case history for some reason. I believe there were some pill bottles found at the scene or medical records that are not included in the testing that she initially requested, but were capable of doing testing for. So those tests were added. And then the decision was made to also test other matrices. So in this case, the gastric fluid and the liver tissue. And this happened over the course of several different phone calls. I don't remember each step what testing was added, but it was, it's not uncommon to, in a complicated case, to slowly add additional testing to make sure you're getting the whole toxicological picture.
And is that what was done in this case?
Yes.
In terms of the results in Exhibit 35, do you believe that they're true and accurate to a reasonable degree of toxicological certainty?
So I have reviewed all of the analytical data in this case. So I have looked at all of those quality control samples, the calibrators, the individual patient specimen, and confirmed that all of the results are accurate and reliable.
Ultimately, doctor, were you asked to put a report together in this case?
beyond the...
Yes.
Yes, so I issued the toxicology report, and I was also asked to write what we call an opinion report or an interpretive report, which just includes more information about specific drugs of interest and addressing some questions on interpretation.
Okay. Is that report more case specific to this case in terms of what opinions you included?
Yes.
Okay. Before you finalized that report, did you talk to the team from the district attorney's office?
Yes, I did.
Was that because we had questions about this?
Yes.
Okay. Did you, in fact, talk multiple times with Dr. Bedritzky?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to show you just the witness, please, Exhibit 48. And it is a 3-page exhibit. If we could just page down for the witness. And if we go...
Just quickly pausing here. Still, Guitar is asking, how can I increase the speed of the proceeding? So if anyone does want to know, I think while we're live, you can't, if you go back, you can change to catch up, right? If you only join now, you want to go back and catch up to the present moment, there's a little, like a gear switch at the bottom. Normally it's at the bottom right somewhere there. If you tap that, you can change the quality that you're watching the stream at, and you can also change the speed over there. 1.25, 1.5, 1.75, and 2 times speed. I think those are the ones. So that is how you do that there. Of course, what I prepared for you here, well, yeah, I'm just actually toggling the speed as we watching the video if we need to speed it up a little bit. So that's how we do it, in case anyone is wondering. Thank you all for being here on a Saturday. If you are watching live with me, if you're watching the replay, thank you also for watching the replay from the future.
Page 2. Dr. Kacinko, is that your signature?
Yes, it is.
And back to page 1, what is Exhibit 48?
This is the interpretation or expert opinion report that I wrote for this case.
Okay. Does it look like a fair and accurate copy of that report?
Yes.
All right. I'd move Exhibit 48 into evidence. Ask for permission to publish.
No objection. Exhibit 48 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
Ultimately, Doctor, were you able to give information specific to this chemical compound that Dr. Bedritzky didn't even have available to her, in terms of that she already knew about?
I believe that I think to say she didn't have available would be inaccurate. This is information that is available in the scientific literature, but it is, I did provide some very specific information on the pharmacology. So what happens when an individual uses tetrahydrozoline, what happens when, so pharmacology is both what happens to the person and also how the person changes the drug. I also was able to do some calculations to estimate how much tetrahydrozoline was in certain specimens, and also some information on what reported concentrations were after regular eye drop use of tetrahydrozoline.
In terms of the top of the page that the jury can see, there's a word there that I'm not real familiar with, pharmacology. What is that, doctor?
So as I said, pharmacology is the study of drugs and chemicals and their effect on a person. So it has 2 parts. Pharmacology consists of pharmacokinetics, which is a study of how drugs get into the body, so their absorption, how they are distributed throughout the body, their metabolism, which is the body's mechanism of getting rid of drugs. Your body really doesn't want drugs to be in it. Its primary goal is to get rid of it, so that's through metabolism. And finally, excretion, which is how it leaves the body finally. And then there's also pharmacodynamics, and pharmacodynamics are the effects the drug have on the person. So the symptoms, both the desired effects, so the reason why someone is taking a drug, and also the adverse or undesired effects of those drugs.
Why would someone use a product with tetrahydrozoline in it?
So tetrahydrozoline is the active ingredient in eye drops that are used to decrease redness in the eye. The most common trade name is Visine, and their tagline, "Get the red out." So it is intended to, it causes the blood vessels in the eyes to constrict, which makes your eyes look less red. It is also available in a nasal spray. It's less commonly used that way, but it works as a decongestant. So again, it constricts blood vessels. A lot of nasal congestion is actually caused by the swelling of the tissues. So it causes those tissues to have less swelling so that you can breathe easier.
Is that type of product different from what might be called a lubricating eye drop?
Yes.
Could you explain that to the jury, please?
So lubricating eye drops contain emollients or substances that are slippery and are used to lubricate the eye, whereas tetrahydrozoline, as I said, is designed to constrict those blood vessels so that your eyes don't look as red.
Is there any product in the U.S. available for oral use of tetrahydrozoline to drink it?
No, there is no FDA-approved use for oral tetrahydrozoline.
In terms of what can occur to someone if they do drink it, what are some of those symptoms?
So when tetrahydrozoline is ingested orally, its effects are more central. So when you use it as an eye drop, it's a peripheral effect. It's acting on those blood vessels exactly where you drop the tetrahydrozoline. When it's ingested, it is acting at receptors primarily in the brain, and it is causing effects like respiratory depression, very low blood pressure. It can cause a very low heart rate. So these are all things that we call central nervous system depressant or CNS depressant type effects.
Okay. Now, in terms of, I think a real common question in a case like this is, doctor, how much would I have to drink of tetrahydrozoline to get to, for example, a level of 160? Could you tell the jury that?
No, I can't.
Why not?
So the primary reason with a drug like tetrahydrozoline is we can't do that experiment. So how we determine that type of information, so this is part of that pharmacokinetics, is by giving people the drug and then testing their blood or plasma to see how much is there. So you give different doses, measure the blood over time, and determine what the concentrations are. But this drug is not used orally. We would never get approved to do a study where we gave people oral tetrahydrozoline and then studied their blood concentrations.
Why not?
Because of the serious adverse effects of the drug. You know, it can cause your respiration to decrease. It can cause unconsciousness. It can incapacitate people because of those CNS depressant effects. And because there's no FDA-approved use, you simply can't do that study.
But what if you...
Just a quick pause. Remember that the medical examiner said that Lynn had complained that she had dry eyes. So the tetrahydrozoline would not be the eye drops that she bought. And that Visine has two different colors. There's a blue box and there's a red box. One of them is for dry eyes and one of them would be for red eyes. The one, of course, for the red eyes would contain the tetrahydrozoline. You see? So if I'm understanding correctly, she would not ordinarily have had the tetrahydrozoline once. Okay, continuing on.
Who took a look at your toxicology level and did some mathematical calculations. Can't you tell us that way what it would be?
So there are calculations in pharmacokinetics and pharmacology that are used to estimate dose based on a blood concentration. These are generally quite complex, especially when you're dealing with an oral medication, because you need to know a lot of information about the pharmacokinetics of that drug. These are taught in clinical pharmacology courses. I teach it in my pharmacology course. I teach students that these calculations exist. We do a few examples of them, but they are not appropriate to use in postmortem toxicology cases for a wide variety of reasons. And even in clinical toxicology, there's not really a lot of practical use of doing the calculations. It's a lot of just helping you understand how drugs are absorbed and distributed and showing those processes. They're population-based. There's a lot of individual differences that would make it inappropriate to do on a specific person.
And everything that you just testified about, does that kind of fit under the number 1 on the screen that the jury is looking at?
Yes.
Okay. In terms of the number 2, it looks like you formed an opinion about the level in Ms. Hernan's case, right?
Yes.
And what's that opinion?
So there has been one study done on therapeutic use
I'm
of.
gonna stop her right now. Please answer the question that's asked, and then Attorney Nicolai will follow up, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
What is your opinion that you came to in this case regarding Ms. Hernan's concentration level?
The concentration found in the blood specimen collected at autopsy was over 400 times higher than the highest concentration that's been reported following the use of tetrahydrozoline as an eye drop.
And you began to explain to the jury about how that level was obtained, right?
Yes.
And is that a study?
Yes.
And what was that study about?
There was a study done where they gave people Visine eye drops following the directions on the Visine eye drop package and measured their plasma concentrations at different time points throughout the study.
Okay. In terms of your opinion regarding Ms. Hernan's level, does that also flow into the number 3 that the jury's seeing on the screen?
Yes.
Is that also based on the study that you've described now?
No.
Okay, could you explain to the jury how that piece of your opinion differs?
So this piece of my opinion is based on case studies that have been published in the scientific literature on individuals who had oral ingestion or oral exposure to tetrahydrozoline and the concentrations that were reported in those patients.
I just want to show you guys that they say here the concentration of tetrahydrozoline in Miss Hernan's blood, that would be the victim in this case, was 2 to 8 times higher than those reported in individuals hospitalized for adverse effects after ingesting various amounts of 0.05% of that solution. Sure. Oh my goodness, okay.
I thought you said that we couldn't study that, right?
Yes, these are not studies. This is a case series. So these are accidental ingestions, primarily in children. So they weren't given the tetrahydrozoline solution. It was ingested incidentally.
Okay. And were those case studies fatalities?
No.
Then why were they helpful to you in this case?
It showed concentrations that were present when different symptoms of tetrahydrozoline were reported. So it gives some information on what concentrations can be reached when someone ingests tetrahydrozoline. So when you swallow it, what type of concentrations might appear in the plasma, and also what type of symptoms the individuals were experiencing.
In terms of the 2 cases that had a known dose of 7.5 milliliters, I'd like you to compare that number for the jury to what's commonly in a Visine bottle or an eye drop bottle in terms of volume.
I believe that's about half of a bottle. I think a bottle of Visine is 15 milliliters.
Okay. And in terms of those cases where there are symptoms?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
In those 2 cases referred to with a known dosing, what were the levels reported?
39 and 24 nanograms per milliliter.
Now, you testified before that in this case you did one calculation, right?
That is correct.
Why did you do that?
So I wanted to see approximately how much of the Visine solution was in the decedent's stomach.
Why?
Just to get an estimate of how, if ingestion occurred. So if I had done this calculation and there was very little, there's something called hepatic recirculation where drugs can get into the stomach even if they weren't ingested. But those would be very, very low levels. So I wanted to confirm that this concentration that was found in the stomach was consistent with an oral ingestion.
And was it?
Yes.
What was the concentration, the result of your calculation? If we can scroll down a bit, please.
So assuming that the stomach contents that I tested were homogeneous, so that means that the sample I received was a well-mixed representation of the total stomach contents, and based on a total stomach content...
Judge, she just asked her what the number was, And she's going into a narrative again.
Sustained. Please wait for a question.
Could you please explain to the jury what assumptions you had to make when you did this calculation?
So whenever you do a calculation, you have to make certain assumptions. And in this case, the assumptions I made were that the stomach contents were homogeneous. As I explained, I mean, they were well mixed, and the sample was representative of the entire stomach contents, and that the volume of 300 milliliters, which was provided to me by the medical examiner. And so those are the assumptions that I made prior to doing the calculation.
Okay. Ultimately, did that calculation allow you to see the volume of tetrahydrozoline within that fluid?
Yes.
And what was the result?
5 milliliters.
Okay. Ultimately, doctor, in this case, the jury was told that you can't die from drinking tetrahydrozoline. Would you agree with that?
No.
Why not?
There are cases of deaths from tetrahydrozoline.
In fact, have those cases come through your lab?
Some of them, yes.
Okay.
The ones I am aware of, yes.
Are you trying to compile that information?
You know, that's interesting. The defense doesn't say anything there because they said in their opening statements that not one person on the planet has died from Visine ingestion. Not one. I'm like, oh my goodness. Now what's the jury gonna think?
Right now?
I am.
Why?
As I started looking at our data on tetrahydrozoline, I saw that there were quite a few cases with these concentrations that were higher than could be explained from eye drop use. So I became interested in those cases, and I started reaching out to the clients who submitted those cases to gather more information to see if these are cases that, or to gather information on what concentrations might be consistent with fatalities or significant adverse effects.
Isn't there any publication or articles that already have that kind of information in it?
At this time, there are no publications on fatalities from tetrahydrozoline in the scientific literature.
Why is that?
Someone has to write the first paper, and writing a paper is hard and a lot of work, and you need a lot of time and information, and it's just something that most people working as medical examiners or toxicologists are doing when they have time, which is not a lot. So it takes a lot of work and it takes a lot of time.
Okay. In this case, were you actually asked by the defense team for the raw data of some of these instances of high levels of tetrahydrozoline in your lab?
Yes.
Did you provide that to the defense?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm just going to pause for a second. Caroline, that's classic. You say, you know, when I was saying that the defense team said not one person on the planet has died from Visine ingestion, Caroline says not one. They say truthfully because it is more than one, right? You are right.
I'd like to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 217. And just the witness, please. Doctor, this is a multi-page exhibit, and let me know when you can see it.
I can see it.
Great. If we could just go through these 20 pages.
I just want to answer this one as well. Nonfixer did at any time Jessy read the warning labels that come on the box about usage. Not that we know of yet, but she had a PDF document that she deleted from her phone where she was looking up household poisons. So that is a red flag.
Doctor, do you recognize Exhibit 217?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is just a subset of cases that have been tested at NMS labs that include tetrahydrozoline, and I had some type of information either from the requisition or from a discussion with the client indicating these were fatalities.
Okay. Does this look like a fair and accurate copy of that data set?
Yes.
Are there some things blacked out?
Yes.
Why?
We redacted client information and patient information for privacy concerns.
Okay. I'd move Exhibit 217 into evidence, ask for permission to publish.
I do object. I'd like to have be heard at sidebar.
All right, let's see the parties at sidebar.
Look what we're doing now, you guys. Sidebar. Teleporting forward. I was like, teleporting forward. Here we go. Are we ready to teleport right through that sidebar? Here we go.
All right, the objection's been, or the request for sidebar, obviously I had, there was an objection, it's overruled. Exhibit 217 is received.
And Judge, if we could please publish this.
Go ahead.
Doctor, I'm not going to go through each page of this with you, but I would like to ask you some questions about a few of them, starting with page 1. If we could just scroll to the bottom of page 1 and zoom in a bit. Doctor, do you see the exhibit sticker that says 217 at the bottom?
Gonna look at it now. Lindsay says, it amazes how people still look up searches on their phones, knowing full well how technology is today. Right? This was, though, not a Google search. I think she was thinking she's being careful and putting a PDF document together, which she then deleted that PDF. But they found it. They found it.
Yes.
And then there's an entry from your lab NMS below that.
Yes.
Under that, is there actually a new page number that you didn't put on there?
Yes.
And if we go to the bottom of page 2, is there also the subsequent number 002 at the bottom of that page?
Yes.
Okay, so not only can we see the page there on the tab, but this has also been numbered in order, is that true?
It looks like it, yes.
Okay, so starting with page 1, I want to ask you about the tetrahydrozoline level. Is this a lab report that NMS produced?
Yes.
It looks a lot like the report that the jury saw of Ms. Hernan, right?
All of our reports have the same format.
Okay, so the things in that box are results in terms of what was tested?
These are the positive findings. So at the end of the report, there's a list of everything that was tested for, and we only report positive findings.
Got it. What sample was tested in this case?
Cardiac blood.
Okay. Was tetrahydrozoline a positive finding in this case?
Yes, it was.
And what was the level?
68 nanograms per milliliter.
Did the subject in this case die?
Yes.
And remind the jury again why you chose the cases included in Exhibit 217.
These were cases where I was able to obtain some type of case history, either through the requisition that was submitted, conversations with the client, or in some cases, publicly available information.
What made you decide to include these 5 versus all other ones?
The concentrations, and there was some sort of indication in one of those things I mentioned, the case history, discussions with the medical examiner, or publicly available information, that tetrahydrozoline played a role in the death.
Thank you, Doctor. I'd like to move now to page 7 of Exhibit 217. Doctor, are we at a new set of lab findings for a new client on page 7?
Yes.
How do you know?
So I can see the client ID. I don't know who that client is off the top of my head, but that's a different client ID than was on the first report.
Okay.
It also has a different work order number.
Okay. So are pages 1 through 6 all for the same person?
I would need to see them again to be sure. Yes.
So that lab report was 6 pages long, is that true?
That is correct.
Okay, so what is the jury looking at on page 7?
So this is a case where the only test that we were requested to run was the tetrahydrozoline.
And was that done at your lab?
Yes.
And what was the result?
130 nanograms per milliliter.
Is this another case where you were able to get some information about cause of death?
Yes, I do want to be clear, though, that I do not know what was listed as cause of death on the death certificates for most of these cases. This is just information from the requisition or a discussion with the medical examiner. And I don't recall specifically which cases I talked to the medical examiner about.
But in terms of whether the person that gave this sample of iliac blood is alive or not, do you know the answer to that?
This person was not alive.
Okay. And then if we can just slowly scroll through pages 8 and then to 9. Doctor, is page 9 a new report now?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Again, did your lab do testing in this case for tetrahydrozoline?
Yes.
And again, was that from a post-mortem sample?
Yes.
Okay, and what was the result in this incident?
280 nanograms per milliliter.
Okay. I'd like to scroll through page 10 and 11 and 12. And then on page 13, doctor, is this a new report?
Yes, it is.
Okay, of a different person who died?
Yes.
Did your lab run a tetrahydrozoline screen in this case?
Yes.
And what was the result?
150 nanograms per milliliter. I think that's a 5.
Roll that up a little bit, thank you.
Yes, 150 nanograms per milliliter.
Okay. Could you remind the jury again what Ms. Hernan's level was?
Was 160 nanograms per milliliter.
Okay. If we could please scroll through page 14 and 15 and 16. And then ultimately on page 17, doctor, is this now another new report?
It is a new report.
Okay. Was this patient also deceased?
Yes. However, can you scroll back to page 1?
Sure.
I apologize. Yes. So this is actually the same patient on page 1. So we did testing twice at different time points on different samples for the same case.
Okay. So on page 1, the result is listed at?
It is 68 nanograms per milliliter in cardiac blood, and that was done in July, August of 2018.
Okay. Then on page 17, you're saying this is results for the same patient or decedent?
Yes.
And explain to the jury how this test changed from page 1.
This was also a cardiac blood sample, and the concentration was 37 nanograms per milliliter.
Were these tests done at the same time?
I do not know. I don't believe so.
Okay. Thank you. I'm finished with Exhibit 217. Doctor, did this data from within your lab help you form your opinions in this case?
Yes, it did.
Now, if I could please put the publish down, I'd like to just show the witness Exhibit 216. Doctor, do you see Exhibit 216 on your screen?
Yes, I do.
Is that a 2-page document?
Yes, it is.
We'll go to page 2. Do you recognize Exhibit 216?
Yes.
What is it?
This is an abstract that I wrote for a presentation at the International Association of Forensic Toxicologists annual meeting.
Where was that, if you know?
It was in Versailles. It was in Versailles, France. Sorry,
Okay.
I was trying to remember what year it was.
What is an abstract?
So an abstract is a short research summary indicating the research that was performed, the reason the research was being performed, and the results of that research.
Does this look like a fair and accurate copy of your abstract?
Yes.
I'd move Exhibit 216 into evidence. I'm not asking to publish.
Received.
Doctor, did you present the information in this abstract in France at that event?
Yes, I did.
Could you please explain to the jury what information you presented generally?
So generally, it was the information from those cases that we just looked at, where I had gathered some information about the cases. I talked about what tetrahydrozoline is, what it's generally used for, and then talked about these potential fatalities. In this set of data, there was one case that was not a fatality, but had an elevated concentration. But basically presenting the information that I had available at the time on these cases, just to make the forensic toxicology community aware of tetrahydrozoline as a potentially harmful substance when orally ingested.
When you presented this in France, what year was that?
That was last year, 2022.
Okay. Did part of that presentation include whether or not tetrahydrozoline can be fatal?
Yes.
And is that also included in your abstract?
Yes.
And what's your opinion about that?
Tetrahydrozoline can be fatal.
Since that abstract and since 2018, have there been more cases through NMS labs that you've seen involving tetrahydrozoline?
Yes.
Have any of those cases changed your opinion about The lethality of tetrahydrozoline?
No.
In fact, have they reinforced it?
Yes.
That's all I have. Thank you, doctor.
Thank you.
All right, cross. Are we ready for cross-examination? The defense asking questions, right? If we need to speed it up a little bit, we will, okay? It's at 1.1 right now. Maybe we go to 1.2. We'll see, like we were yesterday. Let's just have a listen how it goes. So here we go. We are switching now to cross-examination.
So you have this database of cases at NMS Labs that you spoke about today.
Yes, I keep an ongoing list of tetrahydrozoline cases. So I regularly look at the new cases, the new results, and add to my list of cases that I want to further investigate.
So you're a private company, is that right?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, and no one outside of your company has access to your database, is that true?
I can, no one can just log in and pull the data. We do provide data to a wide variety of different entities upon request.
If somebody wants data from your lab, they can't just have it if they want it. You have to give permission. You'd have to authorize it, right?
Well, not me personally, but the laboratory does maintain and control the data. So there would have to be a request for the data. And depending on what the request is, sometimes they do require a subpoena or a non-disclosure agreement to protect the information.
What's the National Poison Data System, NPDS?
That is a, to the best of my knowledge, it is a record of calls to poison control centers.
So your database is, well, strike that. Would the data that is in the NPDS be available to you if you wanted to look at it?
I've never tried to just pull data from it, but I believe that that information is accessible. I don't know if you have to register or anything to get it, but I believe it's available.
Well, you have a particular interest in THC, don't you?
I find it interesting because of the...
I put the THZ on the screen there for us. Sometimes it still sounds like she says C. Right? THZ, tetrahydrozoline. Okay.
information I've gathered over the years.
I didn't ask you why. I just asked you if you had a special interest in it.
Yes.
Okay. Have you tried to get onto that system to see what cases you might be able to look at?
No, I have not.
You could do that if you wanted to, right?
Yes, I believe so. I'm not certain.
You only rely upon the cases that come through your lab.
At this point, I've only looked at cases that have come through NMS, yes.
Does the federal government and the CDC, they would go to the National Poison Data System for information, true?
I do not know.
They don't come to you, do they?
We certainly get requests for information from CDC, but I don't know what the relationship is directly, no.
Do you know that they have more than 2 million cases a year that go through their lab, their agency?
Which agency, I'm sorry?
National Poison Data System.
I do not know what their source of their data is or how much data is in there. Like I said, I believe it's from poison control centers, but I don't know if they have other sources.
You were telling the jury just now about having, and you showed us an abstract, right?
Yes.
From 216, Exhibit 216.
That is correct.
And that's something that you showed at a conference you went to in Versailles, France. Is that right?
That is correct.
And that's because you can go to conferences. You can choose which conferences you want to go to, true?
I don't have free reign. There's a process of getting approved to go to conferences, but yes, I get to go to conferences, typically 2 a year.
But what I mean is you look at the conferences that are available and you make a personal decision where you might want to go.
Yes, but I don't always get to go to the places we put down a list of where we want to go, and then managers decide who goes to each conference, ultimately.
The point being, Versailles, France didn't invite you to come to the conference. You requested from your NMS labs to go to that conference.
Yes, it's a conference that I wanted to go to and got approval to attend.
And when you're going to go to a conference, isn't it true that you get a letter or you get an email saying, hey, anybody who's going to be attending this conference, if you have an abstract that you'd like to show at the conference, please submit it in advance and we'll consider that. Isn't that true?
That is how the process works,
Okay,
yes.
so it was just a general request as usual for anyone who had an idea and you submitted yours hoping that maybe you could show your abstract.
That is correct.
And so this abstract that you've shown in court today, this is not published, right?
I have not yet published this as a complete paper, no.
To have a paper published is a process, true?
It's a process.
You got to put a lot of information together.
That is correct.
Right. Put it in a format to be published, right?
That is correct.
Then you have to pick a journal that you personally might like it to be published in.
Yes, you submit to a specific journal.
A journal that you choose. You decide the journal you're going to submit it to, right?
Yes,
Okay, and then you submit it, and then it's got to go through a peer review process, right?
that is correct.
And the peer review process is where your information, once you finish the paper, is reviewed by other people in your field and critiqued.
That is correct, yes.
And you haven't gotten to that yet.
The abstract was reviewed before it was accepted, but I have not published a paper yet, correct?
Well, you haven't even submitted it to a journal yet for publication.
Correct.
Okay, so you're just writing it now.
I am working on, I haven't even started writing, but I am working on gathering and doing the research and putting the research together to be able to write the paper.
So hopefully someday you'll be able to get that published.
That is my goal.
To get it published, though, like I said, it has to go through this peer review process.
Yes, there is a peer review process for scientific publications.
And by members in your field, they'll take a look at what you've written and they'll critique it in some way and probably go back to you with questions or clarifications. Is that true?
Yes, there's usually response from the reviewers with questions to address.
And then you probably have to revise your paper or answer the questions for them to look at it yet again.
That is correct.
And that can be a process that can take several backs and forth.
In my experience, there's usually just one, but I do know that there can be more than that.
Okay. So you haven't done any of that yet with this tetrahydrozoline one-page paper that you brought in here today.
That went through the review process for acceptance at the conference where it was reviewed by other toxicologists, but I have not published a scientific paper in the journals, the complete review paper yet, correct?
As to the cases that you talked about today, the cases that were just presented to us in Exhibit 217, I want to talk to you about that for a minute. Did you have any of these cases in 217 peer reviewed? Have this been reviewed by anybody but you?
I did not issue all of those reports. I don't know that I issued any of those reports. They may have been issued by another toxicologist at the lab. I can't remember, but I'm not sure what having a report peer reviewed would look like.
Okay, so you brought in Exhibit 217, and these are not cases where you issued the report.
I do not recall, to be honest. I don't believe that any of those were my original reports, but I can't say for certain.
When I look at Exhibit 217, patient's name and age and gender is all blacked out. Is that true?
That is correct.
So you hand this into us in court today.
Objection, that's not what happens.
Sustained.
You present this in court today, excuse me. You're presenting this in court today without any details that we could take a look at who these people are, right?
These documents were...
Yes or no?
I can't answer that question, yes or no.
Is there a way that I can tell from looking at this who these people are?
No.
Is there any way I can tell from looking at this what their age is?
No.
or their gender?
No.
Can I even tell from looking at this where these samples came from, like what city or state or anything like that?
No.
And as you presented Exhibit 217 today, is it fair to say that you can't say as you're sitting here that any of these people died from THC poisoning?
I'm aware of one case where the cause of death was determined to be tetrahydrozoline poisoning.
And not the others, you don't know?
I don't know what the cause of death on the death certificates were, no.
You don't know what these people's medical histories are?
In some of those, I have collected some of that information, but I can't tell you which one specifically. No.
Well, I mean, let's just take the page 1 of Exhibit 217. Tell me a little bit about that person's medical history.
I have not reviewed their medical history.
Medical history is important in determining a cause of death, isn't it?
You would need to talk to a medical examiner about information used to determine cause of death. That is outside of my scope.
I like it. She's getting feisty now. She's like, what? It's outside of my scope. Also, thank you all for being here. If you're only joining now, really appreciate that you're spending your Saturday here with me as we watch day 4 of this trial. If you haven't watched the other days yet, I would highly recommend it. It's all concise for you, time-stamped, everything. There's presentations and all kinds of things in the beginning if you want to catch up on that. And we're 1 hour and 9 minutes in, and we've got 4 hours and 9 minutes worth of trial footage. So 1 hour down, 3 to go. Let's keep going.
You've got cases in here of people with alcohol in their systems and marijuana in their systems, right?
I would need to see the reports to know what the other toxicology were. But yes, I believe some of them I know one had a low amount of alcohol, and we see cannabis in a lot of postmortem toxicology cases.
You included a case where the person had fentanyl in their system.
Yes, there was a low concentration of fentanyl.
Fentanyl is also, can be deadly, true?
Absolutely.
And in some of these cases, people have other drugs in their system that, if used incorrectly or combined with other drugs, can be toxic or even deadly.
That is correct, yes.
People can die from a polydrug overdose, a combination of drugs.
Yes, polydrug overdoses are very common.
What does that mean when you say a polydrug overdose? What is that? Can you explain that to the jury?
It means that there are a combination of drugs that are present, and the combination of drugs is responsible for the overdose toxicity or overdose death, sometimes due to drug-drug interactions or just having so many drugs present resulted in the death.
How common is, you said polydrug overdose is common. When you say common, what do you mean?
It's difficult. I probably shouldn't have used that word. I broke my own rule by using the word common because it's hard to define. But it's a lot of the cases, and I can't give you a percent of the cases sitting here. I could figure it out. I have the data. But a lot of overdose death has involved multiple drugs.
In the cases presented in Exhibit 217, do you know if any of these are suicides?
I believe there are 2 cases in that set that were death by suicide.
Do you think that, do you believe that baclofen is a dangerous drug?
All drugs have potential toxicity. I don't know that I would classify as a dangerous drug. It depends on how it's used.
Can be a dangerous drug.
All drugs can be dangerous drugs, yes.
Yeah, well,
I like that. Yes, all of them can be dangerous. As many people in the chat throughout this trial have said, even drinking way too much water can kill you. Too much of anything could be really bad. So this line of questioning doesn't help because the state's already had such a brilliant witness, the medical examiner. You know, they confirmed that Lynn died from tetrahydrozoline poisoning, even though she had other medications in her system. Those levels were low. We went over all of that yesterday. So look at this lady's face here. She's like, what? Dr. Sherry Kacinko. She's like, yeah, all of them can be dangerous. Okay, so here we go.
Asking about baclofen.
Yes, baclofen can be a dangerous drug.
What about nifedipine?
Yes, nifedipine can be a dangerous drug.
There's, in fact, fatalities in the literature for overdoses with baclofen and nifedipine. Isn't that true?
Yes, that is correct.
Those are prescription drugs, aren't they?
Yes, they are prescription medications.
You can't buy baclofen or nifedipine, for example, over the counter.
No, they are not available over the counter.
But tetrahydrozoline, you can buy over the counter.
Yes.
But it's in Visine, for example.
Yes.
When you received the gastric samples here, were they frozen?
No, they were not.
Were they on dry ice?
I do not know.
Isn't it standard to ship gastric samples on dry ice?
Our samples are often received cold. I don't know that it's standard.
What do you mean? They're often received cold?
Yes.
Cold meaning on dry ice?
Or ice packs.
Okay. And for Lynn Hernan, you don't know?
I do not know.
Because you didn't receive the samples?
I did not receive the samples.
Okay, because you didn't actually do the testing in this case.
I do not do any laboratory testing at this point in my career.
Is one of the cases that you're writing about or including in the unknown names of Exhibit 217, the case from Aurora, Colorado with the dentist?
No, that case is more recent. It's on my list of cases, but it is not included in this because it happened fairly recently.
Are you following that case?
I am.
And you know that the wife of the dentist in that case had a THC level of 95 ng per ml. Do you know that?
I do not. I was unable to find the toxicology results in the public record, so I'm aware of them because we did the testing. But if the information is not in public record, then I cannot share it.
So you don't really have much information about that particular case at this point?
I have information from discussions in the laboratory, and I have the same information that is available to everyone through media reports.
Well, you know that despite having her high THC level, she was actually fine at the hospital, drowsy, blood pressure was normal, heart rate was normal, respiration was normal. Her Glasgow Coma scale was 15. That's the highest, right?
I do not know.
Well, so she had a level of 95 and she's awake and talking. Did you know that?
I did not know that.
You gave us this literature here. You said two of them in here are duplicate cases.
That is correct.
Is that right? So do we have 4 cases here?
I don't recall.
Well, then let me bring it up and let's see how many cases you have. I don't have it on. Can I have my copy? Judge, because this was new today, not on the drive, could I just approach a witness with a copy and have her take a look at it and see how many cases she has?
Sure. We also have a document camera, but it's not set up, but in the future, if that arises.
Excuse me.
But go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to approach the witness. I'm just going to give you what's marked as 217. And
Thank you.
yeah, you're welcome. You take a look at it and tell us how many cases are in that packet.
There are 4 cases.
Can I take that back from you? Thank you. So you sent us you showed today Exhibit 217, which consists of 4 cases that have THC levels that you wanted to discuss, but 2 out of the 4 are suicides. True?
I believe so. I would need to review my notes
Well, that's what
to be certain, but
Well, you testified earlier that 2 of them were suicides.
yes, I believe so.
Okay. And when you prepare this abstract that you've introduced as Exhibit 216, many of the cases that you referred to were cases involving children.
I believe you're referring to the cases that have previously been published in the scientific literature?
Yes.
Yes, the cases presented or that have been published in peer-reviewed scientific literature are generally involving children.
And then you did mention earlier that there was one study where levels were checked with voluntary subjects who were putting Visine drops in their eye sacs, right?
Yes, that is correct.
And then those levels
Okay. Did she just say they're putting Visine in the eye sacs? Okay, then.
were tested at certain periods of time,
That is correct.
just to see how the level was progressing.
Yes.
That study, though, only involved 10 people, right?
It was a very small study.
I mean, 10, that's the totality of that kind of research, 10 people.
That is correct.
What's the general rate of metabolism for THC?
Are you asking for the half-life?
Yes, they have like.
Okay. So there are 2 published half-lives for tetrahydrozoline. The study that was done in volunteers, they calculated the half-life to be 6 hours. And in one of the case reports where they had multiple measurements, they estimated the tetrahydrozoline half-life to be 4.5 hours.
How would that apply to Lynn? Do you know specifically as to the person involved in this case, what the half-life of THC would be for her?
No, you cannot determine the half-life in an individual without studying that specific individual.
Now, if you're, when a person takes a substance, they metabolize it, is that right?
Most drugs are metabolized, some drugs are not.
And then that process eventually results in the substance becoming part of a person's bloodstream? Is that right? Does it get in your blood?
It gets into your blood, and the parent compound, or the drug you actually take, typically gets into the blood, and then also metabolites are in the blood as the body metabolizes the drug.
Because I noticed that there were blood samples sent to your lab to be tested here, right?
Yes.
Okay, so now when a person takes in a substance generally, you take it orally. Let's say something we're taking orally, it goes into your stomach first, is that right?
Yes.
And then would it go through your intestines and then work its way into the bloodstream?
Some drugs are absorbed from the stomach, some drugs are absorbed in the small intestine.
If a person has a liver impairment, does that affect how they might metabolize a substance?
Yes, it can.
And in this particular case, were you shared the autopsy for Lynn showing that she has an impairment that was found in her liver at her death? Did you know that?
I saw the autopsy report, and I noticed it mentioned, I believe, hepatic steatosis, or I'm going to butcher that word, which I know is some liver impairment.
So after a certain dose, if a person has a liver impairment, they might get a higher concentration because they're not able to eliminate the drug like the normal population does. Wouldn't that be true?
Yes, if someone, I believe you mean metabolize, not eliminate.
Metabolize, yes.
So if someone is unable to metabolize the drug as well as the general population, then that parent drug can accumulate over multiple doses, because metabolism is part of the process of eliminating the drug from the system. So you can get an accumulation of drug over time with repeated dosing.
All right, I'm going to bring up an exhibit that is already in the record. It states exhibit, well, I'm not sure if it's in the record. I'll bring up the defense exhibit 536.
Why don't we do this? It's 10:02, be a good time for a mid-morning break, and then we can figure that out, and
Are we ready to teleport through this mid-morning break?
we'll come back and you can continue. All rise for the jury. This is related to
And there we go. We're done with a mid-morning break. Okay, so we at 1 hour 23 of the trial footage out of 4 hours and 9 that we're going to be watching together today. So if you're only joining now, welcome and enjoy the time with us.
to Exhibit 217, the 20-page exhibit that was received through the testimony of Dr. Kacinko. My understanding is this is a this is a compilation of reports that was provided to the defense, or at least at their request, which then the state obtained, and then the state marked it as 217, having to do with the 4 additional cases, in the words of this witness, regarding findings with THZ in a person's, I believe all have blood of one form or the other. The objection was based upon the redactions, and I indicated at sidebar that that would go to weight, not admissibility. I'd also note, I wasn't aware of this exhibit until it came in today. I was given a paper copy, but I also never received a request to order an unredacted version to be provided. I'm not aware of any requests to the lab requesting that. It was just a general objection today that it was redacted. Obviously, there's been some cross on that, and I stand by that. I believe it goes to weight, not admissibility. Some of this, of course, was the subject of the prior hearing that was held in this case where there was an objection. I think there were some motions in limine as well.
Remember that it's at 1.2 speed now, in case you're like, what? They speak so fast. 1.2 speed for now. It's an acceptable speed. This is Judge Dorrow. I think she's a brilliant judge. She was also the judge that presided over the Darrell Brooks case. Oh my goodness. Darrell Brooks defended himself. And if you've never seen any of that footage, just check it out even for one day of that trial. It was brutal. The patience that this judge showed, she should get an award for that. It was unbearable. Thank you so much, Tabitha Greaves.
Where I had previously ruled on its admissibility, but I also wanted to make that record. Anything about that sidebar I didn't cover from the state?
Judge, I'd just like to indicate that we did email that exhibit along with 217 to your clerk as well as both defense attorneys yesterday at 10:23 a.m.
Thank you. Attorney Kukler, anything from you on the
No,
sidebar?
thank you.
Anything else we need to take up?
Nope. Is that the only sidebar?
That was the only sidebar.
Okay, then no.
All right, thank you, everyone. Let's take a 15-minute break. You may step down, Dr. Kacinko. We're in recess.
Now we're going to go right through this break too. Recess. We are teleporting ahead. Ready? Here we go.
Attorney Kukler, when you're ready, you may continue with your cross.
Very good. Now, this ongoing tetrahydrozoline study that you're doing, would you agree with me that our office requested your notes from those ongoing studies and you objected to giving over your work product and mental impressions?
Yes.
And then with regard to these 4 studies or cases that you brought in here today, was looking at them a little closer, and I noticed that all of the matrix sources weren't the same.
I believe that is correct.
So in our case, you've been talking about cardiac blood when you're talking about Ms. Hernan's THC level, is that right?
I believe it was iliac blood.
Oh, iliac blood. And so you've got cardiac blood as your first example here in your packet.
I don't have it in front of me, but if that's what it says on the report, then yes, it was cardiac blood.
I see peripheral blood on one of them,
Yes, probably.
heart blood on another.
Heart blood and cardiac blood are the same thing.
Okay, well, one says cardiac blood, one says heart blood.
It depends how the client labels them when they submit them to us. We use whatever labeling they supply.
So That's blood from, heart blood isn't the same as the blood that you received in Lynn Hernan's case.
They were both blood samples. It's just a difference in the location that the blood sample was taken.
Well, you didn't receive heart blood from Lynn Hernan,
No, the sample was iliac blood.
and you didn't receive the peripheral blood from Lynn Hernan.
That is correct.
And I don't believe you ever got a vitreous sample from Lynn Hernan either, true?
That is correct.
I want to show you what, do you see on your screen an exhibit?
I do.
And if I scroll down a little, do you see an Exhibit 536 sticker on there?
Yes, I do.
And this is a 2-page document?
Yes.
Okay. Is this is a report from NMS Labs, right?
Yes, it is.
And you've seen this report before?
I have.
You're familiar with it?
Yes, I am.
And this report is true and accurate?
To the best of my knowledge.
You believe your lab's information is good, right?
I am not involved in the drug chemistry section of the laboratory at all, so I am not involved in the testing or the production of this lab report.
Would that be the same for any of the lab reports that we've been talking about in this case?
No, just for this one. That came from the drug chemistry section of the laboratory, not the toxicology
Okay.
testing section.
Thank you. Your Honor, move for admission of 536 and request to publish.
Exhibit 536 is received. Request to publish granted.
What we're looking at here is a report from the NMS Labs, right?
Yes.
Related to Lynn Hernan. Do you see that?
Yes.
I'm scrolling down a little. And your lab received a colorless plastic container with a white lid containing multicolored solid materials.
That is what it says on this report, yes.
Oh, and I think it may not be on the screens yet. Sorry, I moved ahead a little. Okay, I always forget about that delay. So in the case of Lynn Hernan, we heard from the medical examiner that some substances were gathered up and sent to your lab. Would that be what is reflected here?
I cannot speak to that. I am not involved in the section of the laboratory that performed this testing.
Were you aware that this happened in the case?
I became aware when I was made aware that this report existed, yes.
Okay, so you know about this.
I know that a report was generated from material was submitted. I know nothing about how it was received or collected or anything.
Okay. And this was, whatever was received at your lab was tested by the lab, and results were put into this report. True?
Yes.
And what was found in the sample?
The substance that was tested contained acetaminophen, alprazolam, hydrocodone, cyclobenzaprine, triumvirin.
Okay, and that's a diuretic, that last one, isn't it?
Yes.
And when you did the original testing on Lynn's blood, you wouldn't have tested for that. That wouldn't have been part of your original panel, would it have?
Yes, it was part of the original panel.
Okay. And were all of these drugs that are on here part of the original panel?
Yes.
And the drugs that are found here mirror the drugs that were found in Lynn's blood sample, true?
There are some similarities.
You can take this exhibit down. I'm showing you what has been previously been introduced as Exhibit 35. Do you see that in front of you?
There's nothing on my screen right now.
I'm not sure.
There it is.
Okay. Do you see that?
Yes,
And the state introduced this as Exhibit 35. Do you see the number there?
I do.
Okay, and this is the lab report involving the testing of Lynn's iliac blood, gastric fluid, and liver tissue. Is that right?
That is correct.
And this is, I guess, what you would call the final report.
Yes, this is the final toxicology report.
Was there another report after
There was
this?
that drug chemistry report that we were just looking at.
Okay. This is the final toxicology report.
That is correct.
Now, you put the lab, when they tested her blood, they gave results for everything they found in her. Is that right? Any compound they found in her that at least reached a threshold level in your testing equipment was listed here.
That is correct.
And so as we look at this list, these are all the drugs that were found in Lynn Hernan, right?
That is correct.
Including baclofen.
And the ones that they've said a million times did not kill her, were not at high levels. It was the tetrahydrozoline. that killed Lynn. And manner of death, homicide. Okay, I know they're defense attorneys, but sometimes, like, I wonder, one would hope that all defense attorneys think about how the jury will perceive it, right? That would be the goal. Because just going over it and over it and over it again, I mean, they've already heard what the medical examiner said, right? Anyway, so yeah, Chinny says, really not sure where she's getting to. Well, she's again going to say, but she had other medications in her system, right? Oh, my goodness. Okay.
Ropinirole, triamterene, alprazolam, hydrocodone, nifedipine, tetrahydrozoline, cyclobenzapine, baclofen. Is that right?
Those are some of the drugs that are listed, yes.
Now, when we talk about drug toxicity, that refers to the level of damage that a compound can cause, right?
I don't know if I would describe it as the level of damage, but toxicity is referring to the adverse or unwanted effects and potentially harmful effects of drugs.
And the effects depend on the dose that a person took.
That is one factor, yes.
There's several factors. Right?
Yes.
Okay, but the dose that a person is taken is one of the factors. It's true?
Yes.
And the taking of a drug compound, it can affect your entire system, like the CNS, the central nervous system.
Certain drugs affect the central nervous system, yes.
Some affect a specific organ, or can affect a certain organ, right?
Yes, that is correct.
And would you agree that acute drug toxicity deaths can be called an overdose death?
Yes, I believe so. I believe overdoses can be used to refer to acute drug toxicity. If the person died, you can have acute drug toxicity without a death.
Did Lynn have benzos and opioids in?
I'm just going to pause for a second. I wonder, obviously the most, direct strategy for a defense attorney in this case would be, how can anyone prove that Jessy was the one that administered this Vicine to Lynn? How can anyone prove that? I would go on that if I was a defense attorney here. But I guess because Jessy spoke to investigators and literally changed her story so many times, one of the stories being that she put 6 bottles of Vicine in a bottle of water. Well, I think that's why they're not going there, right? Because then, of course, the prosecution will say, hello, she admitted to it. Let's pull up that video. I wonder if we will get to see some of that. Maybe towards the end, right? Babs Austin says, you are my adult Saturday morning cartoons. Although Roadrunner really does hurt others. Hugs. Thank you so much for being here. And thank you everyone who's here today watching with us on a Saturday. It's really great to have you here. And again, I won't do all trials like this. Some trials we'll cover live and some we'll do like this. I really enjoy this format with you, especially because now we're doing Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So I don't know, it just feels different. I don't know why. It just feels really nice to be covering this trial with you on a Saturday. It feels kind of relaxed, but at the same time, trial time. I like it. I hope you like it too. Okay, so let's keep going.
Her positive findings?
Yes, she did.
Would you agree with me that people can die from a combination of benzos and opioids?
Depending on the circumstances of the dosing and the combinations, yes, that is possible.
And you know of deaths from you've heard of deaths from a combination of benzos and opioids, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
Now, Judge, if we can show, this is already admitted into evidence, so if we can just display Exhibit 35 to the jury.
Sure, go ahead.
So when you prepare your report, or not you prepare the report, because in this case you didn't prepare the NMS report, right?
I prepared this report.
Okay, you prepared this report.
Yes.
Even though you hadn't done the testing yourself?
It is my job to prepare the report. The people who do the testing do not prepare reports.
And then as part of preparing this 14-page report, you included pages that explain the different compounds that were found in Lynn Hernan, true?
Those are included in some of our reports. It's depend upon the client. But yes, we often include what we call reference comments.
I don't think I asked, generally I asked in this case, in your 14-page report, in this case, you included pages about the specific compounds that were found in Ms. Hernan, true?
Yes, that is included in this report.
Okay. And though you call those
Quick pause just while Nightbot is here telling you guys things. I just want to say the mods do such a great job here that you can see on this Nightbot command. It says coffee by Grizzly coffee right here, and there's a link, but then it says buy mods coffee here. There's two different links. One is to buy me coffees, one is to buy the mods coffees. And so if you want to buy them coffees, you can spoil them over there if you just click on that second link, okay? Thank you, mods, for everything you do.
reference comments, right?
Yes.
And those explain what the possible consequences can be from the use of, or the ingestion of certain drugs, right?
Yes.
And so, for example, we see arsenic first, but this is just organic arsenic. There's no concern with this level of arsenic. And Lynn, true?
To the best of my knowledge, there was no concern about this arsenic concentration. It can be from just environmental exposure.
That's right, including from eating food.
Correct.
Okay. So the first drug that I'd like to draw your attention to is baclofen. And if I go to your page 5, I can see that number 9 talks about baclofen. Is that how we would look it up?
Yes, the reference comment number 9 is referring to baclofen in iliac blood.
And according to the information that you provided to us, the adverse effects of baclofen overdose may include vomiting, drowsiness, seizures, and death. Is that true?
That is what is in the reference comment, yes.
And Lynn's level was 1.1. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
And you have toxic blood concentrations from 1.1 to 3.5. True?
That is what it says, yes. That is what's in there.
Well, and you prepared this report, right?
I prepared the report. I did not write this reference comment. But I agree with the reference comment.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
It's correct.
It is correct, yes.
All right. And when we look at page 1, we see with respect to propinerol, is that how you say that?
That is how I pronounce it, yes.
We can look at page 7 of your report to see what you have to say about that drug. Here we go, page 7. Propinerol, do you see that, number 23?
Yes.
And there are also adverse effects, potentially, from this drug, including nausea, somnolence, insomnia, dizziness, hallucinations, tremors. Is that true?
That is true.
And you have also in Lynn's positive findings, alprazolam. Do you see that one listed?
Yes, I do.
And when we look at page 4 of your reference materials that you provided, here's 4. Would we look at we'd look at number 5 on here, right? Because it's iliac blood.
That is correct, yes.
Because you sometimes list a drug more than once, like you have number 5, alprazolam, the blood, alprazolam, the gastric fluid, and alprazolam from the liver.
Yes, there's a reference comment for each one.
And that's because you found the alprazolam in all 3 of those places.
That is correct.
Okay, it was in her liver tissue.
Yes, alprazolam was detected in liver tissue.
Okay. And when we look at your footnote or reference comment number 5, you note that it is a DEA Schedule 4 benzo, is that right?
Yes, it is.
What does that mean, DEA Schedule 4?
The Drug Enforcement Administration, I think that's administration agency, I think it's administration, schedules drugs based on their use and pharmacology. So Schedule 4 is, I believe it goes down to Schedule 5 is the lowest schedule. So this means it's a commonly prescribed medication that has some potential for misuse.
Well, all drugs have a potential for misuse, don't they?
The DEA is specifically saying, like, that's what Schedule 4 means. But yes, I imagine they all have the potential for it.
But that's where the DEA says that we've seen that this drug has been misused.
Yes.
All right. And you'd agree that in combination with other drugs, other central nervous system drugs, it can be toxic at low
I just want to check something.
concentrations.
Yes, that is correct.
Damn. We are at 1.2 speed. It feels so slow, you know what I mean? Anyway, carrying on.
And then on your first page of the exhibit, I see hydrocodone free. You have it listed in there twice. You have dihydrocodeine and then hydrocodone. Those are different, right?
Yes, they are different.
So hydrocodone, that was in her system. And if we then go to page 6 of your report, we can see the reference to that particular drug. Do you see that on your screen at number 17?
Yes, I do.
Now, this one is a DEA Schedule 2 narcotic and analgesic,
That is correct.
so more dangerous of misuse than the Schedule 4.
Yes, that is what the scheduling refers to, both the effects of the drug and its risk of misuse.
And it indicates that, you indicate when you put this together that the compound is reported to be highly addictive.
Yes, that is, there are reports of that, yes.
And in your last sentence in that paragraph, you indicate that it's more toxic than codeine. In overdose, it produces the same manifestations as other opiates, including drowsiness, sedation, respiratory depression, coma, and death. Is that right?
Yes.
Also, on page 1, another substance in Lynn Hernan was nifedipine. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then I see that you have a reference about nifedipine. And you put this together so that people who are receiving these drug results have a little more information about the dangers of the drugs or what important information that they might need, right?
Yes, it's there to aid in interpretation.
Because that's something you might know more about, but maybe a person who's requested the lab to run a test might not have as much knowledge as you would as a toxicologist.
That is correct.
So in the nifedipine, you indicate that this is a channel blocker, is that right?
It is a calcium channel blocker, yes.
And it also has side effects, is that right?
Yes.
Vertigo, headaches, weakness, is that right?
Yes.
And there were 2 fatalities at 150 ng, right?
That is correct.
Lynn didn't have that level, she was at 22, right?
I believe that was the concentration, yes.
But you don't know in the 2 fatalities what else those particular people might have had in their blood in conjunction with the nifedipine.
I do not. I would have to look at the paper.
Okay. We can't find that on here, at least I couldn't find it.
Correct. It's not on this report.
All right, just a minute, I lost my mouse again. There we go. I'll go back to page 1. Just a couple more I want to talk about. Not everything on here. Cyclobenzapine. Do you see that on here?
Yes.
Is that when we talk about benzos? Is that what that is?
No.
No. Which ones on here are the benzos?
The alprazolam.
Okay. Cyclobenzapine, we can look at page 5.
Members, I didn't know that the one emoji is actually there twice. So I added I object, okay? So you should see it if you refresh your chat. You should see the new one shortly.
There we go. And we would look at number 12. Is that true?
Yes.
It acts on the central nervous system, apparently. Is that right?
Yes.
Relaxes muscles?
I'm just going to speed this up a little bit.
It is used as a muscle relaxant, yes.
Like if you have a bad back or something, might you be prescribed that?
I believe that is one of the indications, yes.
It says its mechanism of action is not well understood. What do you mean by that when you say that?
So mechanism of action refers to how a drug causes its effects. And for a lot of drugs, we know very much about how that happens. But for other drugs, it hasn't been well established from studies yet. So there's continuing research to see what receptor, and that's something in the brain that the drug acts on, and what chemical effects happen so the drug can have its effect.
Okay. And this, if you have an overdose of cyclobenzapine, apparently some of the side effects are drowsiness, tachycardia, nausea, paresthesia, hypotension, convulsions, cardiac arrhythmias, and coma. Is that true?
That is correct.
You could take that off the screen, Madam Clerk, please. I would like to show you what, just a witness, please. the defense has marked as Exhibit 580. Do you see 580 on there on your screen?
Not yet.
Let me know when you can see it. Here, something shows.
I see it.
Do you see the 580?
I do.
I'm showing you a package insert from alprazolam Xanax. Are you familiar with that drug?
I am familiar with the drug, yes.
And can you see at the top, I put it at the top, or I'm highlighting at the top that it's for alprazolam?
Yes.
I sent in the flash drive. It's 580. When you receive drugs at a pharmacy, oftentimes they have a package insert in them, right?
They should always have a package insert in them.
Okay, and that is so that the patient can understand how they should use it, and the proper dosage, and possible side effects, right?
That is correct.
And there are lots of warnings for this drug. Would you agree?
There are warnings.
Is it not nice that we can speed it up a bit, right? I'll slow it down again when it gets to... This is a bit redundant now. Same questions we went over yesterday 1,000,000 times. Just a new witness on the stand, she's very interesting to listen to. It's just, we kind of know by now the answers, right? To these questions. It's got no relevance. Objection. Relevance.
Don't know if it's lots compared to other drugs, but there are warnings listed, yes.
Now, do you see the black box that's highlighted with a warning, risks from concomitant use with opioids, abuse, misuse, and addiction,
Yes.
dependence and withdrawal reactions?
Yes, I do.
Can you just look at that yourself and let me know if that is accurate information from your knowledge of the drug?
I'm not involved in writing of the black box warnings, but I have no reason. I agree with what's in this warning. Yeah.
Okay, then with that, Judge,
Just gonna pause it for a second there. Gerda was asking, do you have older videos on this case? I'm not familiar with this. I only started my YouTube channel at the end of June of 2021. This case happened in 2018, but on day one of this trial coverage, as I do with every trial, even if I started covering it on the day or a day late or whatever it is, even if it was a month late, I always do trial prep, and I did that in day one's live stream with a full presentation for you. And then on day two, I actually expanded on that presentation, and both of those presentations are in the beginning of the stream and are time-stamped for you. So if you want to check out day 1 and 2 to quickly catch up, just the beginning, even if you watch that at 1.5 speed, you should get the gist of the case. And then also, if you are on Patreon, I've uploaded all the documents, like the probable cause affidavit is very detailed. I've uploaded that to Patreon for you. So that's also a great way to, really know about the case. And then lastly, if you stay here with us, you can actually just click under the video. Okay, so if your device is tilted, under the video, say more, and then you should see more details, which would be the description box. And I always do a little write-up there for you. So I'm just telling you this now in case some of you didn't know this. I always make sure there's case background for you. Sometimes I write a little paragraph, and then afterwards I say case background, just so that you know. Like the Delphi case, for example. There's what we're looking at now, and then case background. So I hope that you'll check those out. And day 1 and 2, the beginning portions would be the presentation time, and then you'll be caught up in no time. Okay? So thank you, though, for joining us here. Even if you just joining today for the first time, you're like, what is this case is about? That's how you're going to catch up real quick.
I'd like to publish 580.
I will receive 580.
580, thank you.
And permission to publish is granted.
So you use the term black box warning. That's what does that mean when a particular drug has a black box warning?
I did not use the term black box warning. I'm not quite. A black box, I can tell you what it is. I just don't recall having mentioned it. So a black box warning is just a highlight of some of the information that prescribers and patients need to be made aware of regarding a drug.
And in the case of alprazolam, also known as Xanax, right? Is that true?
Yes, Xanax is one trade name for the drug alprazolam.
All right. Is it true that, so if they say concomitant use of benzodiazepines and opioids, is that what we call benzos when we say benzos?
Yes, benzos we often refer to benzodiazepines as just benzos.
Can you read that first sentence in that warning, starting with the concomitant use?
Concomitant use of benzodiazepines and opioids may result in profound sedation, respiratory depression, coma, and death.
Okay. You can take that exhibit down. Can the witness see the next exhibit, Madam Clerk? I'm showing you, do you see a sticker 578? I'm showing 578 now.
I do.
I'm going to go to the top. Do you see over in the left by the by that scanning bar over on the left underneath it, this is for baclofen tablets?
Yes.
Okay, so we're looking at the pack. Would you agree this looks like a package insert for baclofen?
It's either a package insert or provider prescription, provider information. There's two different forms that come with prescription drugs, so I don't know if this is the package insert or the provider information. They typically contain the same general information.
And again, this information, it tells the patient how much they should take, how it should be used, and what potential complications can be from the drug, right?
The package insert doesn't tell a patient how much to take. The prescriber tells the patient how much to take. Okay. But yes, this includes information on doses that are available, the type of pills that are available. It's a little bit of information on its pharmacology and potential adverse effects.
Move for
Sorry, it's a little bit fast for the witness. Hold on.
admission of 578.
No objection.
Exhibit 578 is received.
Request to publish.
Granted.
Left some of this in just for you guys.
So overdose signs and symptoms over on the right, overdosage, I guess is what it's called. Do you see where I have my mouse sort of highlighting right over there?
Yes.
What are the signs and symptoms of overdosage?
Vomiting, muscular hypotonia, drowsiness, accommodation disorders, coma, respiratory depression, and seizures.
Okay, we can take this down. Now, when we talk about possible side effects with respect to compounds, somebody could have one of the side effects. If there's 10 possible side effects listed, but somebody could have all 10 or 8 or 4 or 2 or 1.
Or 0,
none.
yes.
Right?
Yes.
Okay, so when they list the possible ones, it doesn't, if you're having an adverse reaction to the drug, it could just be that you have one of those adverse possibilities present in your own body.
Yes, of course.
Okay. Now, you indicated earlier that you were originally contacted because you were the on-duty person, so your office got a call from our medical examiner here, and because you were the on-duty person, you handled the call. Is that right?
And that is correct.
So I'm showing what's marked as Exhibit 562. Do you see that in front of you?
I do.
Are you familiar with this?
Yes, I am.
This is an NMS communication history report, is that right?
That is correct.
And does that tell us the communication between your lab and, for this case, between your lab and other people?
That is correct.
And this is been marked as 562. Do you see that, 562 there?
Yes.
And it looks to be 2 pages. Would you agree with that?
That is correct.
Okay, I would like to move for admission, Your Honor, of 562.
No objection to admission. I do object to being published.
I'd like to publish, so I'd like to be heard about that.
It's hearsay.
It's a report in the normal course of business. It's a business record.
You're not offering it for the truth of the matter then, just as
This is
to
a business
why
record.
perhaps this witness did something with information she was given?
That's right.
All right, 562 is received, permission to publish is granted.
Before I go through it in great detail, just a couple of questions. Who hired you in this case? Don't look at the exhibit right now. Just
Put it down for a second.
sure, put
No,
it
that's.
down.
I mean, I can. Okay. Nobody hired me.
Okay. How about your lab?
The original client in the for the lab was the medical examiner's office.
The original client was the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
Has that changed?
They are still the client for the toxicology report. At some point, the district attorney's office contacted the laboratory and retained NMS and myself as a representative of NMS to talk about this matter.
So do you have two clients in this case? You have the medical examiner's office and the district attorney. They're both your client?
Yes.
Okay. And is testifying here today part of your regular salary that you receive through NMS?
Yes, it's just my regular salary.
Okay. And you said that when you testify, somebody observes you. Is somebody here observing you from NMS Labs?
No, they did not send someone with me to observe this stuff. It only happens once every couple of years at most. It's not like every time we testify.
I see. And do you know what the medical examiner has paid your office?
No, I do not.
Do you know what the district attorney's office has paid your office?
No, I do not.
You don't have that information?
I don't even know how to access that. I maybe know where to find a report with that information, but it's not something I look at. It's not my job.
So you don't have a fee schedule or anything like that we could see?
A fee schedule exists. I don't have it.
So it's fair to say that your lab is being paid some money from the district attorney's office to testify?
Yes.
But you just don't know how much it is?
I don't know how much they're being paid, no.
Would you agree with me, I'll put the exhibit up, Your Honor, of 562. We look at page 2 of 562. Would you agree with me? Can you see it?
I can, yes.
Okay, great. 72822, or 72919. We're going back in time. You were asked by Dr. Bezierski here in Waukesha to add arsenic testing?
Yes.
She didn't ask you to speciate it in any way, did she? To determine whether it was like organic or not?
No, she did not.
Okay. And then on 7/28/22, you received a call from Randy Sitzberger of the Waukesha County District Attorney's Office, is that right?
Yes.
And he wanted to speak with you regarding your tox report.
Yes.
And have you met Mr. Sitzberger since you've been in town?
Yes, I have.
Okay, so he's at the state table, right?
Yes.
Okay. And did you have to get authorization from Dr. B before you would speak with him?
Yes, we get authorization from our client before we speak to anyone about their case.
And then she gave you that permission, is that true?
That is correct.
And he wanted to, at least they were looking for an expert opinion, is that right?
Yes.
Then it looks like you received additional documents from the district attorney's office to review, is that right?
That is correct.
What additional documents? Is that the ones you listed in that letter, the criminal complaint and the autopsy?
Yes.
Okay, did they send you anything else?
At that time, no, there was no additional documents.
Later on, did they send you something else?
Yes, I've received additional documents over time regarding this case.
Like what?
I received an opinion written by Henry Spiller. I received the report written by another medical examiner. I apologize, I don't recall the name.
Okay.
Those are the two I can remember off the top of my head. I would need to look in our log to see what other documents were received.
All right. And once the medical examiner gave you authority to speak with Randy Sitzberger at the DA's office, did their office then become a client?
Yes.
So then you were able to have three-way conversations between your lab, the DA's office, and the medical examiner to talk about the case. Is that fair?
Yes.
And that happened, right?
Yes, it did.
I see a note from 12/2/22. Do you see that one?
Yes.
It looks to me from that note, at the end of that note, that you were going to provide information on a fee schedule with a breakdown of additional testimony expenses. Is that right?
That was not me.
That was somebody
But
else?
that was someone else at NMS Labs who
All right.
made that note.
Would you agree with me that while this case was pending, you got additional requests from Waukesha's medical examiner to add additional testing additional testing.
Yes.
Did you make those suggestions to the medical examiner?
I don't recall specifically. I had consultations where we discussed what testing was available. I don't remember if I specifically suggested any test or if just during those phone calls and discussing the case, we came to the decision that it would be useful information.
When you said that Waukesha's medical examiner requested the normal panel initially,
That is correct.
and you said that panel includes THC testing.
Yes, it does.
I want to be clear, the medical examiner didn't say to you, please test for THC.
No, she did not. The request was just to run our expanded postmortem panel.
And since when has your NMS labs been testing for THC?
I have data back to 2010. I don't recall when it was added to particular panels, and if testing existed before 2010.
Well, testing may have existed. When did it get added to your regular panel?
I don't know.
All right. When you this morning showed your opinion letter, Exhibit 48, you agreed that you can't tell the amount of tetrahydrozoline that was ingested by Lynn Hernan, true?
That is correct.
And you don't know when she ingested it?
No, I do not.
And you don't know how she ingested it?
Just that it was an oral exposure.
You don't know if she what she might have put it in, or if she even put it in anything, right?
There's no way toxicology could tell you that, no.
And you said that you received, or that you took her stomach contents and you determined that there was 5 milliliters of THC in her stomach contents, right?
5 milliliters of the Visine solution, yes.
Of the tetrahydrozoline, right?
It's tetrahydrozoline, hydrochloride in the Visine solution, and other stuff. There's other stuff in Visine, like the liquid. So 5 milliliters of Visine.
5 milliliters of Visine. Does it mean 5 milliliters of tetrahydrozoline?
It means 5 milliliters. You know what? I would need to look at the report. I can't remember what conversion I did there. I believe it's 5 milliliters of tetrahydrozoline HCl solution, of 0.05% solution.
Which would not be the same as how much just tetrahydrozoline is in her, true?
Well, no, that would be a weight, not a volume.
5 milliliters is a teaspoon, is that right?
It's about a teaspoon, yes.
It's a third of a bottle, right?
Of a standard, yeah, I believe Visine comes as a 15 milliliter bottle.
Right. So that would be a third of a bottle,
Yes.
1 teaspoon.
Yes, that is correct.
And so as you sit here, I want to be clear, you don't know when Lynn took the Visine.
No, I do not.
You don't know if she mixed it with anything.
No, I do not.
When you talk about the amount in her stomach, in her gastric contents that were sent, were the entirety of the gastric contents sent to your lab?
No.
Oh, just a little bit of it?
The volume is listed on the report, so yes, a portion of it was sent.
So when you say that there was, in your report, that her stomach contents contained 300 ml of an tan opaque liquid, you actually don't personally know that?
That came from the medical examiner report.
I see. What I want to be clear about is your lab didn't receive 300 milliliters.
No, they did not.
Received a little cup.
I didn't see what was received, but yeah, typically it would come in like a urine cup that you would give a urine sample at the doctor's in. That's typically what's used to submit gastric fluid.
You don't know on that 300 milliliters that was at the ME's office if it was mixed up and shaken and definitely evenly distributed before a sample was taken and sent to you, do you?
I do not.
Because you made an assumption that the drugs that you're going to find or that you found were equally distributed within the 300 ml.
Yes, I made that assumption.
But you don't have any actual knowledge of that.
I do not.
Did you ask Dr. B if she mixed them?
I don't believe I did.
When you prepare this opinion letter, and I'm going to bring this up, it's already been admitted as Exhibit 48. 1 minute, please. Okay, this is already in evidence, so Madam Clerk, I ask to have this on everyone's screen.
That's 48, right?
Yes, Judge.
Thank you.
We have a little delay in the courtroom while we wait for things to appear on the jury screens. That's why.
No problem.
Okay, it's on their screen.
But we don't have a little delay here. We just go right through. We just teleport ourselves through those delays.
This is that opinion letter that you spoke about earlier this morning, right?
Yes, that is correct.
And when I scroll to the very bottom of this report, I see, to date, at least when you wrote this report, October 21st of 22, there are no reports of tetrahydrozoline overdose resulting in death in the scientific literature. Is that right?
That is correct.
All right, thank you. Any redirect?
Thanks, Judge. If we could please publish the same screen.
Sure. I guess that was premature. Attorney.
Yay, it's time for redirect, everyone. So now the state is going to question their witness again. Here we go.
Doctor, can you read the next line from that paragraph, please?
A review of internal NMS data revealed multiple cases where the cause of death was ultimately determined to be tetrahydrozoline overdose.
Great, thank you. That can come down. So I just want to ask you a few things to clarify, Dr. Kacinko. The exhibit that we went through, 217, that we paged through with a jury with the redacted patient name, do you recall that exhibit?
Yes.
Do you remember it being suggested that Attorney Kukler has never seen this before until today?
I
Object, that's mischaracterization.
I don't think it is.
It is.
I mean, there, I'm just going to pause it there. That was the judge's voice, right? So the defense attorney said, objection, that is mischaracterization. The judge said, I don't think it is. And then the defense attorney said, it is. I was just like, so the way she sounded, my word. You know what I mean? No, it sounded not so respectful towards the judge, if I could say it like that. Caroline said also, it was a blood level that determined the massive dosage. So stomach contents talk is a red herring. Yes, because they're talking about the 5 mils of Visine solution in Lynn's stomach. That's so, it's horrible to say all those words together. But 5 mils in her stomach contents. But yet the massive dosage, yeah, was in her blood, had already been absorbed, right? So, yeah, red herring. Exactly.
State may ask the question based on my recollection of how it was phrased earlier.
Would you agree with the suggestion that Attorney Kukler has never seen this document before today?
I don't know if she has or not.
Why did you make Exhibit 217?
It was requested by the defense.
And who is the defense attorneys in this case?
I apologize. I've heard your name multiple times, so I'm afraid I'll butcher it if I try to pronounce it. But the attorney who has been questioning me.
Judge, the state did prepare a new exhibit based on this line of questioning that I'd like to just show the witness. It's Exhibit 218.
Quick pause. Buttercup says, what is Jessy's defense? She didn't do it? Unfortunately, her defense is that Lynn did it to herself. So she's changed her story from Lynn doing it to herself, so OD, to assisted OD, to just, yeah, she didn't do it. And then in between, when her story changes, she said before that she put 6 bottles of Visine in water and just all kinds. That was part of the assisted, OD. As a caretaker, I don't think so. But anyway.
Dr. Kacinko, do you recognize Exhibit 218?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a letter that I drafted in response to a request for documents from Donna Kukler and at Kukler and Cotton SC.
Did you sign this letter?
Yes, I did.
Is it a fair and accurate copy of the letter that you wrote in this case?
Yes, it is.
I'd move Exhibit 218 into evidence. I'm not asking to publish it.
Exhibit 218 is received.
Does that letter remind you of the specific date that Attorney Kukler asked you for this information that's contained in Exhibit 217?
Yes, it does.
What's that date?
Object in
Overruled.
sidebar.
Overruled.
What's that date?
January 18th, 2023.
January 18th, 2023 was the request?
That is when we received the request from your office. I don't know when they requested it from your office.
Okay.
The request came through your office.
Does this letter indicate when you sent the response out, including Exhibit 217?
January 26th, 2023.
And that response was in response to the request made by Attorney Kukler?
That's my understanding. The request came through the district attorney's office, but it was a request from the defense attorney's office for these documents.
So these documents were provided to both parties way back in January. Is that fair?
I can say that we provided the documents to the district attorney's office. I do not know how those documents then got to the defense attorney's office.
Okay. You were asked some questions about a case a poisoning case from Aurora, Colorado. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
And in fact, were you able to hear some of those questions being asked yesterday of Dr. Budritsky?
Yes.
Do you follow that case?
I've been following it in the media. Like I said, it's a high-profile case that was tested at NMS Labs, so there's internal discussion about cases, and I've been following the media like a lot of people.
Okay. Do you recall it being suggested that the victim in that case actually died from a cyanide poisoning?
Yes.
And that happened yesterday?
Yes.
And there was a discussion that the husband had a failed attempt with eye drops and then used cyanide in the hospital. Do you remember those questions?
Yes, that is my recollection of yesterday's testimony.
Is cyanide poisoning been reported as a cause of death for that victim?
There are media reports regarding the coroner's testimony in a preliminary trial where the cause of death was mentioned.
Did it include tetrahydrozoline poisoning?
Yes, it did.
Okay. You were asked a lot of questions about our office being a client of yours. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
And you were even showed the entire communication log that your office keeps in this case, is that right?
That was the communication log through the end of, I believe, 2022 that was generated for the request. There would be additional documentation in that log now because additional communication has happened since then.
Do you know whether you finalized the toxicology in this case before you had any discussions with our office?
Yes, I did.
Did anything that we talked about or Dr. Budritsky talked to you about cause you to change the toxicology results in this case?
No.
The defense walked you through your report that states Exhibit 35, and that's the toxicology in this case, and asked you multiple questions about specific substances. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And there was a lot of discussion about what toxic levels are for those substances. Do you remember that?
Yes.
If someone has a toxic level of a substance, does it mean that they're going to die?
No.
Is toxic and fatal different things?
Yes.
When you signed this report, States Exhibit 35, did you compare those reference notes included with Ms. Hernan's results in this case?
Not at the time I signed the report, no.
Have you since?
Yes.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that the reference notes in that report include fatal levels for all these substances except tetrahydrozoline?
I believe so, yes.
Do you know whether Ms. Hernan had any level consistent with a fatal level as reported in those reference notes?
None of the individual drug concentrations are consistent with what has been reported in fatalities.
You were asked some questions about the calculation that you did regarding what was in Ms. Hernan's stomach. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
If there is a compound or a substance in someone's stomach, has it been absorbed into the blood yet?
No, it has not.
That's all I have. Thank you, doctor.
One last question.
If it's on Exhibit 218, you may. Otherwise, you may not.
It is on.
218 is the additional exhibit that was received, the letter. If that's what's on, you may. Not under 90611, you may not.
It's not on that exhibit.
All right, then, thank you. You may step down.
Thank you.
I'd ask the doctor to be released from her subpoena, which I believe is just from our office.
All right, and Dr. Kacinko, you're released from your subpoena.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so that witness has been released. D says, are you gonna watch the rugby, G? No, I'll be watching this over here because we've still got it's 2 hours 17 that we've watched out of 4 hours and 9, so we've still got about 2 hours to go. If you guys don't know what we're talking about, South Africa is in the World Cup final for rugby in the next 90 minutes. I hope that you'll stay here though. If you do plan to watch it, just keep us open on another device, okay? Listen in the other ear. You have 2 of them. Okay, so now we're going to see the next witness, okay? Here we go. I think.
All right, the statement called its next witness.
Yes.
The first thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names.
So this is Koreen Pozza, Lynn Hernan's friend. And I was just typing in chat, I don't know if you guys saw that, but her son, I believe Adam, was like a son to Lynn. So Lynn, remember she was friends with Jesse's mom, Jennifer Flower. So, but then she treated Jessy like her own daughter because Lynn didn't have her own children, of course, besides her cats. She loved her stray cats that she took in and gave them a wonderful home. And she apparently also treated Adam Pozza like her son. And he was on that will as well. So he had a lot of questions when she passed away the way she did. Like, wait a minute, what was going on here? And he started digging into Jessy's past and looked at her behavior and everything, which was quite interesting. So let's have a listen here, what Lynn Hernan's friend is going to say. And after this witness, there's also Lynn Hernan's ex-boyfriend that's going to be testifying. Just so you know what's coming up. All right.
For the record, and spell each.
Koreen Pozza, Koreen. My last name is Pozza, Pozza.
Thank you. Go ahead, Attorney Sitzberger.
I always want to say it like the Italian way. You remember like in Delphi? It's like Bradley Rossi, but he's like Rosie. I'm like, okay, but it's Rossi. Anyway, Koreen Pozza. Okay, Pozza. Sorry about that. Sorry about that for the accent.
You're your witness.
Thank you, Judge. Hi, Ms. Pozza. How are you?
I'm okay, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. Ms. Pozza, what is it you do for a living?
I work at a financial,
In what capacity? What kind of work do you do?
so I do administrative work.
Okay. And let's cut right to the chase. You're here because you knew Lynn Hernan, is that correct?
Correct.
Tell us, how long did you know Lynn Hernan?
I probably have known Lynn about 35 years.
And how did you first meet Lynn Hernan?
I met Lynn through my brother and some of his friends at the time that we met. They were working at a bar years and years ago doing security, and I met her there.
Can you put a rough estimate on how many years ago?
That would probably have been about 35-ish years ago.
Okay. So sometime in the 80s, it sounds like.
Is that a yes?
Yes, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Now, Ms. Pozza, do you know what kind of work Lynn did when you met her?
Yes.
And what was that?
She was a hairstylist. She did hair.
Did she work for
She-
a company? I'm sorry, let me just ask. Did she work for a company, or was she kind of doing her own thing out of her house? What sort of...
I don't recall at that time if she was working for a specific salon or if she was working on her own.
Okay. Did there come a time where she worked on her own as a hairdresser?
Yes.
Okay. And how many years do you think she did that?
I think what I remember is that was really kind of on and off. Sometimes she worked at a salon, and then sometimes she just worked on her own. So,
Okay. And you said you knew her for about 35 years through your brother, correct?
right.
Who was your brother that you met her through?
Keith Lang.
And as you got to know her, would you and her hang out socially?
Yes,
And how often would you say you did that?
a lot. We hung out, all the whole group of us hung out together a lot. They both also worked, they had their other jobs, but they also worked at a bar that we liked to go to. So we'd hang out there in those early days. And then after I got married and started a family, we still hung out all the time. She come over, she took a massive love for my son and just always wanted to be around us, said we were her family, that she didn't, have kids of her own or was married. So she had a ton of fun just hanging out with us, not in so much the party scene, but more in a family scene.
Sure. So less going out to the bars, maybe kind of going to each other's homes.
Right,
Okay. Now you said that was sort of in the early days, you hung out all the time, right?
right.
And are you talking multiple times a week, multiple times a month? Kind of put a time frame on it.
Probably multiple times a month.
Okay. Did that stay consistent sort of from those early days as you progressed into having a family of your own?
Yes. I was always having parties for my son, and she was the first one there, first one wanting to make food. She loved to cook. So she would come over with tons of things that she'd made, tons of things for him.
And when was your son born that you've been referencing?
He was born in September of 1997.
Okay, and what's his name?
Anthony Pozza.
Okay. Now, you said that Lynn never started a family of her own, no kids, correct?
Correct.
And she took an interest in Anthony then?
Right.
How was that relationship? How would you describe it?
They were very close. I mean, she and I were close, and she always wanted to know how he was. I mean, from birth on up to his adulthood, she just treated him really like family. He always called her Auntie Linny. There wasn't one little tiny holiday that went by that she wasn't showering him with gifts and cards and food and what you name it. It was just like having, that special aunt or another mom or whatever. She just did a lot of things for him that just showed me, really how much she loved him. Not just that things make you love somebody, but she just always went above and beyond and was always thinking about him and about us.
Jessy, I mean, if it turns out in this case Jessy took advantage of Lynn and poisoned her with Visine. How terribly sad, because Lynn was so giving. She sounded so nice from everyone who knew her and described her. So it's really not someone to take advantage of. She was very nice. You didn't need more, oh my word.
So you said Lynn was a hairdresser and worked at a bar here and there, correct?
Correct.
Any other jobs that she had that you knew of?
The hairdressing and the bartending was the only thing I knew of.
Okay. And you said basically every holiday that came, every birthday, significant life event, she was giving Anthony gifts and things like that, right?
Right.
Was Lynn a person you knew to come from a lot of money?
No.
Did she have a lot of money?
No.
So when you say she was buying Anthony gifts, what kind of gifts was she giving him?
Well, when they're little, when kids are little, they don't. It could be any little thing, Hot Wheel cars, Lego, whatever. But she was all what I have known about her whole life is that she was really kind of the queen of bargains. She loved to shop rummage sales and estate sales and thrift stores. She even would pick things up off the side of the road, refinish them, make beautiful pieces of furniture, or fix things up. So on occasions there were gifts like that, but as he got older, it was maybe some things like that. But when he was smaller, I think you can entertain a kid with very inexpensive things, and he loved that just as much because he just, loved being with her. So
Okay. So small things, and then if I understand, as Anthony got older, maybe she was sort of refurbishing things or making things from these thrift stores and things like that.
That and things that she.
That was quite a look, huh? Jessy, looking through her. I don't know, that just looked scary for a second there.
He had maybe that she had that he liked. They had a similar passion for different kinds of movies, and if she had a poster or something in her house and he admired it, she'd be like, well, then you should take that. You should have that in your room. So he, sometimes he'd take that or whatever just to enjoy, what they had shared in common.
Okay. As Anthony started to get older, did Lynn ever, just lavish him with thousands of dollars of cash or anything like that you knew of?
No.
Was she writing him checks to that effect?
No.
Was she putting $100 bills in birthday cards?
No.
Okay. So that's Anthony. Did she do the same for you on birthdays and things like that? As far as gifts or recognizing your birthday, things like that?
Oh, sure.
And how did she recognize it?
Well, she knew kind of what my whole family loved as far as baked treats, things like that. So she'd make my favorite things like Rice Krispie bars, and she'd bring stuff like that over. Or she and I had a passion for shoes. Sometimes she would, had shoes. She and I wore the same size shoes, so sometimes she would give me a pair of her shoes, just whatever she would find. She just would find things. Again, probably thrift stores, rummage sales, things like that.
Did you ever go thrift store shopping with her, for example?
Oh, sure.
And you said that was sort of the constant. Was that up until her death in October of 2018 that you maintained that level of contact with Lynn?
I would say probably the last year of her life, I didn't have as much contact with her. There were times that I would call her and say, hey, I'm in the area, I'm going to stop by and say hi, I haven't seen you in a long time. And she would tell me not to come, that she was not feeling well. So up until that time, I have St. Patrick's Day was always a big deal in my family, and she loved that as well. And so the 2017, she came out for St. Patrick's Day with a whole group of us and had a ton of fun. And so it was probably sometime shortly after that I wasn't seeing her as much. Talked to her a little bit, trying to kind of connect with her, but she was not. She would just tell me she was not feeling well.
Okay, so that would have been about March of 2017 until her death in October of 2018.
That's probably roughly. It might have been after the St. Patrick's Day when we were out, but yes, it was probably some in that time.
Okay.
Frame.
And am I understanding that's sort of when the coming to each other's homes and sharing personal time in person together stopped?
Right.
You still talk to her by phone though?
Mm-hmm. Not as frequently because she just sometimes maybe she wouldn't answer the phone, and I would just think that maybe she wasn't feeling good still, and then sometimes she would call me back, if she was feeling well.
Okay. And she would tell you that she's not feeling well, correct?
Correct.
Did she tell you that she was taking steps to try and address her not feeling well?
I don't know if she told me that she took steps. I think I, out of caring and worrying, was trying to help her understand. We could go to a specialist or go to a doctor if she had certain, whatever it was that was bothering her, and she just said, "Oh no, I've already done that," And so, I just kind of left it alone and just thought maybe she wanted to be private about it.
Okay. In those phone conversations, though, when you and Lynn were discussing her health problems that last year and a half or so, did you ever get the feeling that Lynn was just giving up?
No, I wouldn't say that. I think she just felt like she wanted to get better. I mean, how it was presented to me was like, let me just, get myself better and we'll connect. So I didn't feel that.
So there are plans for the future to hang out again?
Right.
Did you ever get off the phone with Lynn one time and say, boy, I'm worried that she's going to commit suicide?
Oh, no.
Not once?
No.
Did you talk to her by phone pretty regularly up until that October 3rd, 2018 date?
I'm not sure if I would say regularly, like as in weekly or anything like that. I know from February when I had seen her up till October, we had, I would say, minimal conversations, again, going back to her either, her calling and talking for just one real quick minute, and then she'd have to go because she didn't feel well, or my calling and her saying I can't talk, or just her not answering.
In all that time, did you ever send Lynn an email to see how she's doing?
Email? No, Lynn didn't have an email.
Didn't have an email?
No.
Did you go on Facebook and try to send her a message on Facebook?
Lynn was not even a little bit technical. She didn't want to have anything to do with any of it. She had a flip phone. She was always looking at my phone because I'd have a lot of pictures of Anthony, and she'd point out the ones she wanted, and then she'd tell me to print them, and she'd go pick them up. And I remember one time saying to her, I could show you like that. I could still send probably these pictures. You might still be able to see them on your flip phone. And she was like, I don't know. This is an emergency phone. I don't want it for nothing but that. And we just giggled because we thought it was funny. And I know that, I know one of the salons that she worked at, there was a computer that she was required to use for like scheduling appointments, where previously she had always done her scheduling in like in an appointment book, handwriting. And when she had to do it in this computer, she was fit to be tied and didn't want to learn it. And so she wanted to have nothing to do with any of that. She did not have an email. She did not have anything on social media. And we communicated via phone. And that was usually her house phone.
Oh, so she still had a landline?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Does anyone still have a landline? Can't slam phones. If you don't have a landline, right? No, it's not only it's what it's for. I'm just curious. Does anyone still have one? I mean, Lynn, you can hear her. She had a flip phone, no email. When she saw pictures she's like, oh, can I take those? Can you print those for me? I mean, and we know then from what they said in the opening statements, the prosecution showed how Jessy had cashed a whole bunch of checks for herself and really took advantage of that vulnerability of Lynn not wanting anything to do with tech, and Jessy going all in, making PDFs, looking up household poisons, and then taking all her money. Okay, you got it. Okay, interesting.
Did she have a computer at all?
No.
Did she have a laptop hidden away somewhere?
No.
When you would show her photos on your phone, were you able to just kind of hand over your phone and she could go from there and look at photos?
No, I would show her the photos, and then, if she wanted to look at a group of photos, I would tell her, you can swipe, or I can like make it so you can see a whole bunch at one time. And then she would look at it. She would like not even want to hold the phone because she just didn't know what to do with it. So I would just show her one by one a lot of photos, and they were 9 out of 10 times of Anthony, or Anthony with one of her cats, or just, Anthony put his sunglasses on her cat, and we took a picture. She wanted that. So she would just tell me what she wanted, and then I would print it at Walgreens from my phone, and then she would go pick it up.
Okay, so she didn't even know how to scroll through photos on a smartphone.
No.
And she was the one person still using 1 hour photo, basically.
Right.
Okay. Now, in all this time that you were just communicating with Lynn through that landline at her house, do you know if Anthony was still seeing her?
Anthony would go to see her if he was in the area, and when Anthony started college, he started out at UW Waukesha, and that was quite close to her condo, and so there were many times he would just go over there in between his classes and just hang out with her and visit her.
Okay, and was that during that time frame where you maybe weren't seeing her in person yourself, but still in communication with her?
Correct.
Was there ever a time that you and Lynn had some sort of falling out or a feud that you thought she was mad at you for?
Never.
And you said she would send birthday cards or come over in person and give birthday treats and cards and things like that.
She didn't miss a beat, ever.
Was that true on your birthday in 2018?
In 2018, oh boy. I honestly don't remember.
Okay.
I remember seeing her in probably February of 2018. I believe Anthony and I had gone over there to deliver the Christmas present because we hadn't seen her. She had delivered a whole bunch of stuff to our back porch, and we didn't get to see her. And then it just, life happens, and all of a sudden it was February, like, we got to get over by Auntie Lenny. We got all this stuff for her and, drop that off. So it was sometime in February that I saw her. But as far as did I receive a gift or a card, I want to say yes, but I honestly don't remember.
Okay. I'm going to show you, and just the witness, please, Madam Clerk, Exhibit 49, please.
Renee says, my 92-year-old mom is tech savvy. Quite amazing. That is so cute. Now the question is she a grizzly?
There's a screen in front of you. Just let me know. I think I see a light. Is that up in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. And if Mr. Vulcaneer could just scroll through the 4 pages, please. All right. And back to page 1, please. Ms. Pozza, did you have a chance to look through those 4 pages?
Yes.
Do you recognize what those are?
Those are birthday wishes.
And birthday wishes to whom, ma'am?
To me.
And who are they from?
They're from Lynn. Lenny. She called me Koreenie. I called her Lenny.
And Ms. Pozza, if you do need some, there's water in front of you and there's tissues in front of you too, okay?
Thank you.
So, Ms. Pozza, I want to start with page 1. There's quite a bit of writing from Lynn in those cards, isn't there?
Yes.
Any one of them describing any falling out or anything like that?
No.
And at this point, Your Honor, I would move Exhibit 49 into evidence, please.
Objection.
I'd also ask to publish it.
Objection.
Did you say objection?
No,
Oh, thank
objection.
you.
Thank you.
All right, Exhibit 49 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
Thank you. And Mr. Vulcaneer, if you could go to page 2, please. Is it up on the juror screens? Oh, it's going fast today. Great. Now, Ms. Pozza, if you could just look at the writing from Lynn, not the pre-printed message on the card. Towards the middle lower section, what is Lynn writing to you, referencing Christmas, it looks like?
I'm sorry, will you repeat the question that you just asked me? I was reading.
Sure. Do you see a reference to Lynn thanking you for a Christmas in January?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what she was referencing there in that card?
I really don't remember. Maybe we got together. Maybe she came over. I don't remember. I'll be honest.
Is that sort of like you were describing earlier, where sometimes life happens, but you would still get together with Lynn?
Correct.
At some point for Christmas?
Correct.
Okay. And if we go to page 3, please. And if you want to take a chance to just sort of read through this one as well, let me know if you had a chance to read through it, please. Have you had a chance to look
Yes.
at that? Okay. In fact, in that card, Ms. Hernan was referencing how you and your family were her adopted family, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And if we scroll to page 4, please. Have you had a chance to review
Yes.
it?
Sorry for me to read. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Something made you laugh when you first started reading. Is that true?
Yes.
What was that?
The shoes. She said shoes, what shoes? Because she and I had a crazy passion for shoes, and we just were always buying shoes and comparing shoes and telling each other about the new shoes we bought.
And in fact, right after that line, she says, I will never forget February 4th, right?
Right.
What's the significance of February 4th?
That's my birthday.
Okay. So these are 4 birthday cards sent over multiple years, true?
Correct.
So if somebody were to claim that you stopped caring about Lynn at some point and just didn't care about her towards the end, would you agree with that?
No.
Now, moving on, you know your son Anthony Pozza was named as a beneficiary to Lynn's will, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, in 2018, specifically October, how old was Anthony?
I just quickly want to pause it here because I want to show you that Jessy was selling off all of Lynn's stuff. I mean, here's a whole bunch of shoes that she's like, look, you can buy all of this. This was October 26th, 2018, okay, which Lynn died on October 3rd. So it's not exactly long after that she was already like, woohoo, garage sale, like, who's ready? She took pictures of the entire house. Look at this. I'm still freaked out by this, if that is the recliner chair, but she's like, here we go. You guys can come by and just buy everything. All of Lynn's stuff. What? Look there. Look at all the shoes. Oh my word. I'm sure that must have hurt her friend to see as well, right? So I'll just quickly show you these. We didn't go through all of these before. I'm just gonna flash through them like this. I mean, even her pictures. You know, I wonder who these people are. But she's like, yep, people can buy these. Just come on down and just get whatever you want. Like, oh my goodness. It's painful to see. Right? Allison says, thank you for this, Grizzly True Crime. It's my pleasure. Just look at it. Oh man. If Lynn suspected what was going on, if she knew, if she were to know now, oh, in hindsight, her heart would be broken. Look at all her clothes and bags, jackets. And Jessy bragged about it, like there's fur coats and everything. I don't know if it's real fur, don't know about that, but she's like, you can get shoes and coats and furniture, all sorts. Look there. See, chinny she was. From my understanding, she was. I think Koreen's son was also supposed to be on it. But somehow Jessy made sure he didn't get his share. Yeah. Okay, so we continue on there. Oh, sorry, there's Lynn's obituary that we looked at yesterday. So while I'm here, quickly, let me show you here where they say, if you knew Lynn, her other passions without a doubt were the sun, water, entertaining, and cooking, but most of all, Betty Davis, black and white movies, and The Wizard of Oz. So on this day plays Somewhere Over the Rainbow by Julie Garland. As Bet would say, fasten your seatbelts. It's going to be a bumpy ride. Her favorite line from the movie All About Eve. So that's why people are sharing, as you can see, these little like rainbows and cats in the chat. And they also say, any donations, please give to a no-kill animal shelter, because another one of her passions was saving all the unwanted stray animals, which she had all her life. And I'm sure you guys saw the post, right, of the cats, where Jessy was like, hey, can anyone help me just, can you take these cats? Otherwise I'm going to have to put them down. I mean, it's horrendous. Okay.
21.
Okay. To your knowledge, did he have any experience with wills and estates and things of that nature?
I think that I took care of my parents for 13 years before they both passed, and that would have been the experience that he had. He wasn't part of dealing with anything financially with my parents, but he lives with me, so he saw all the things that I was doing.
Okay. Did he at times come to you and ask you questions about the process of being a beneficiary in an estate of Lynn's?
Did he ask me about that? No.
Okay. He never came to you and said, what do you think about all this, or am I doing the right thing, or anything like that?
Do you mean after, at any time, or just in particular? I guess I don't remember him really asking me anything. He always, Lynn would say things to him during their visits, and he shared that with me, so I wasn't in on those conversations personally, but you know, she would have a tendency to tell him where certain things were in her home and just things like that, and he would just, and if anything ever happened, you take this, I know you would appreciate this, whatever.
Okay.
And his remarks would just always be like, I just want you to be here and not talk about that, like we're family, and so.
Understood. Let me ask you this way: after Lynn's death on October 3rd, Anthony found out he was a beneficiary, correct?
Oh, yes.
And there is a whole legal process to that, is that true?
Correct.
And during that time frame, after Lynn was gone,
okay,
did he come to you and ask you questions about that legal process?
I know that we talked about it. I know that, that he had been told on numerous occasions about just different things prior to Lynn passing away that she wanted him to have, and it was our understanding that she had a will that reflected that. So if I can be specific, I know that she talked on many, many occasions about,
Let me stop you there for a second.
okay.
Okay. What I more want to get at is through the legal process that Anthony was going through as a beneficiary of Lynn's estate, did there come a time where you learned of a reported debt of Lynn's?
Well, yes, I mean, it just kind of came to us all. We were provided with like a copy of a will after Lynn had passed away, and we were, looking at that, and,
Hold on, can you repeat the question?
Sure. And what I'm asking is, did there come a time where you and Anthony learned that Lynn was reported to have a lot of debt at the time of her death? Specifically credit card debt?
Yes,
Okay. Did that strike you as unusual knowing Lynn?
yes,
Why?
because she never had any money, and she didn't really have credit cards. She, I think, at one point when she had inherited some money, had gotten a credit card, and she would use, what she told me was that she would use that and then pay it off so she could build credit, because she never had credit in like her whole life.
You said earlier that she was not a woman of great money, right?
Correct,
She would go thrift store shopping, things like that.
correct.
Times you went thrift store shopping with her, would she use credit card or how would she pay?
Cash or a check. She still wrote checks out.
Okay. Was Lynn somebody that constantly had cash with her?
Not a lot, a little bit, and then she'd have her checkbook.
Okay. And times she didn't have cash, did you ever see her go to an ATM to get cash out?
No.
How would you see Lynn get cash out?
She would go to a bank and take money out.
Okay.
Or she sometimes would write a check out someplace where she could like write it for cash and then get cash that way as well.
Okay. At some point around 2013 or 2014, did you learn of Lynn's mother passing away?
Yes,
And did you learn if Lynn got any inheritance from that?
yes,
And that was from Lynn who told you that?
yes.
And was that a fairly large sum of money to your knowledge?
Lynn never told me an amount of money, just that, that her mother, that she had gotten a nice inheritance and that, that would help her.
Okay. So that would have been in roughly 2013 or 2014, you think?
Yes,
From that date, 2013 or 2014, up until her death in October of 2018, did you personally witness any of her spending habits change?
her spending habits didn't change in terms of just how she liked to shop. For her, getting a good bargain was kind of a thrill of the chase for her. She loved to be able to get something really cool in her eyes for cheap. But she did explain to me that there were two things that she explained to me that she just had never been able to have or buy on her own. And she did tell me that she was going to, I believe, get a new vehicle. And she bought a vehicle, and I'm assuming that she paid cash, but
You don't know, to be fair.
But you're correct.
Okay. What was the other big item?
It was a bracelet. It was a piece of jewelry.
Okay. Beyond those two things that you were aware of, did you see her start buying lavish things?
No.
Did she start changing birthdays and Christmas to big, lavish, expensive gifts?
No.
Did she start offering to...
It's pop quiz time, so that you guys can remind me. I think the inheritance she got was around $250,000, if I remember correctly, from day one. And wasn't that Jeep around something like $30,000 or something? So she bought a Jeep, which Jessy and her mother then drove around after Lynn passed away, which friends and neighbors and Koreen's son found quite strange. Just like, wow, they're just driving around in her Jeep. And then she also got that, we saw the jewelry. I think they're actually going to show pictures. They are going to today as well. We saw pictures on day 2, I believe, of her jewelry. And someone in chat said that is a tennis bracelet with diamonds. So maybe that would be the other more like luxury item. She spoiled herself with those 2 things. The rest, Jessy is accused of spending, of blowing, of taking, stealing from her without her knowledge, although pretending to have consent. You know what I mean? Wow. Kenny Peterson says, question G, has the defendant been in jail at all for this? Yes, she's been in jail since June. I wonder if it's June 21st, but since June-ish 2019. So it took a while to arrest her. which is one of her arguments on Facebook, like, why'd they take so long? Why'd they take so long to arrest me then? Well, they eventually performed a full autopsy because they thought it was sus. So anyway, and people had a lot of questions. The point is, since mid-2019, she's been in jail. Yes.
Did you just give Anthony hundreds or thousands of dollars?
No,
Did she start writing you checks for hundreds or thousands
No.
of dollars? So her spending habits stayed the same despite the nice inheritance she told you about?
yes.
Thank you, Ms. Pozza. That's all the questions I have.
Cross, please.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Pozza, can you hear me?
I can.
Why don't, yeah, we had to turn the microphones off because of the typing on both tables. We'll turn them back on. Do you want the lapel?
No, Judge, thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Pozza, if you can't hear me, just tell me to speak up louder, okay?
For sure.
Thank you for being here.
Sure.
Now, you,
Okay, hold on. So the typing is interfering. I can hear
Judge,
it.
I'm trying to get an exhibit together.
I know. Move away a little bit from the,
maybe I'll
move the
run.
microphone over or where the lapel. It really
No,
helps.
I'm done.
She's such a great judge. Which trial was it when we could just hear typing the whole time? Remember that? We were like, what is all that typing? Oh, it was a Coburger hearing. That's what it was. Not the one that just happened, the one before. Somebody was typing that whole freaking hearing through. Yes.
I'm done.
Thanks. Sorry. It was both sides, in all fairness. I had Teresa turn off microphones at both tables, so go ahead. My apologies for the interruption, Attorney Galloway.
you indicated that you know Lynn for about 30, 35 years?
Correct.
And you met her, while you were at a bar? Or she worked at a bar?
She worked at a bar. I mean, the day that I met her, I actually believe I met her at my brother's apartment.
And that's Keith Lang?
Correct.
They weren't dating, were they?
No.
They were just friends?
Correct.
Keith hang around at that bar too?
Yes. He worked there as well.
Oh, they were both bartenders.
No, he was security there.
What's the name of that bar, if you can remember?
It was called Billy's Old Mill.
How long did Lynn work there?
I honestly don't know the answer to that.
And she did that and also was a hairstylist?
Correct.
Did you know Jennifer Flower at that time too?
No.
When did you meet Jennifer? Do you know who Jennifer Flower is?
I did meet Jennifer Flower. I believe Jennifer Flower was a resident in an apartment complex that Lynn lived in at one point.
Who's Jennifer Flower? I like these pop quizzes. Are you listening? Anyone taking notes? Jennifer Flower is Jessy's mother. So Jenny Flower, from a note that we saw, is perhaps how Lynn referred to her, Jenny. And so she probably met her when she lived in a complex before. So yes, and someone in chat earlier, I think it was Barbara, said it was probably an estate sale that I was showing you photos of. And when I find the post, it was from October 27th of 2018, where she said, rummage / estate sale today at 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. And she gave the address. And she said, need everyone's help. Huge estate rummage sale tomorrow morning. I'm not ready, but will be. Are you? Great marketing. I mean, come on. It's just, oh my goodness. She said, I better see everyone and some. Okay then. So, moving on.
So Lynn lived in an apartment and Jennifer Flower also lived in the same building?
It was the same complex. I couldn't tell if it was the same building.
Do you know when you met Jennifer Flower?
I do not remember when that was.
So if you knew Lynn for 30, 35 years, how long had you known Jennifer Flower?
I had met her when she lived there. I had probably seen her, I don't even think a handful of times, like throughout my relationship with Lynn or my knowing Lynn. It was if they were together then and I was there, then I would see her.
So when you saw Lynn, you'd see Jennifer Flower?
If she was there, if she was at Lynn's house or by the pool or whatever.
Do you know if when you met her, Jennifer Flower, was your son born at that time?
No.
So you met her even before your son was born?
Correct.
And your son is how old today?
26.
Did you hang around with Jennifer Flower too, or it was just
No,
Lynn?
I did not.
So you just hung around with Lynn?
Correct.
But you would hang around with Lynn when Jennifer Flower was there?
If she was at the house, we would be all together, yes. There was a pool in the complex, so oftentimes I would go by Lynn and we would hang out by her pool, and then sometimes Jennifer would come over.
And we're going to speed it up a bit now.
Yeah, would you? Lynn was a very generous person.
Yes,
I mean, she gave Anthony gifts, correct?
correct,
She would give you gifts,
correct.
and she was like that all the time.
All the time,
And as far as you know, she never changed. She was always a generous person.
correct,
If she had it, she gave it to you.
correct.
And did she do that with people that she did not know, or just people that were close to her, as far as you know?
As far as I know, it was her circle of friends and family.
So the closer the person is, the more she's probably going to share that person with gifts, correct?
I don't know if I can say yes or no to that question. She had a passion for certain things, and then she could be very giving, very generous with gifts during special occasions. It wasn't typically like for no reason at all, other than maybe like food things that she made or whatever.
Did she give your brother gifts, Keith?
Yes,
So she would give you gifts, Anthony gifts, Keith gifts. Would she give a person named James Kelliher gifts?
at some point for sure.
Do you know who James Kelliher is?
Yes,
Who's James Kelliher?
that was a boyfriend that she went out with for a long time.
And you say she gave him a gift or gifts for sure. Why are you so positive of that?
Because
We're going to hear from him after this witness, Lynn's ex-boyfriend.
they dated for many, many years, so Lynn was one to make a very big deal out about birthdays and special days like that. She made a big deal about those days. So when I say that I'm referring to specifically like holidays and birthdays, not just for no reason.
As far as you know, holidays and birthdays, but she could be giving people gifts for other reasons, correct?
Sure.
Maybe because she loved them.
Right.
But you also indicated that as far as you know, she only gave Anthony like physical gifts and money. Was that the other kind of gift she gave him?
I don't recall her giving him money. I do recall her giving him some gift cards.
Did she ever, send him checks, like if it was his graduation, or?
I don't remember that.
So she could have done it, but you just don't remember.
It's possible.
She could have been giving Anthony gifts.
It's like, imagine if this friend were asked now, so do you know that she gave Jessy $250,000? Just like that. Like, what? I mean, Jessy was, according to her boyfriend, just spending $500 a night at casinos and buying laptops and just dishing it out to friends and just giving out Game Boys and just all sorts. She just loved to blow Lynn's money. And isn't it just so heartbreaking that it's Lynn's inheritance money, meaning it obviously came from her parents? Whoa, imagine her parents saving up for a long time to ensure that Lynn, who I think is their only child, got an inheritance, and then allegedly Jessy blows it all. Oh my goodness. Book Girl said, I wanted to tell her I had a thriller to attend, but I didn't want to be rude. Thank you for being here.
Of money or checks, but you just don't know about it, correct?
If Anthony was getting gifts that weren't for a special occasion, he would have shared that with me, and no, he never did bring that to my attention.
So your son shares everything with you?
I would say that's fair, yes.
Your son live with you?
He does.
Has he always lived with you?
Yes.
You say he's 26?
Correct.
And when Lynn's mother died, do you know Lynn's mother's name?
Lorraine.
Did you attend Lorraine's funeral?
I did not.
Did you know Lynn's father's name?
Robert.
Did you attend his funeral?
I did.
When did he die?
I could not recall that date. I do remember my son and I driving up to Madison for the funeral, though.
So Robert, as far as Lynn's father, lived in Madison?
Correct.
When Lynn's mother died, did you help Lynn Well, strike that. Lynn's mother, Lorraine, and Robert lived together, correct, in Madison?
Correct.
And when her mother died, did you go to Madison to help Lynn clear out the house?
Anthony and I did go up there. I remember one time for sure that we were trying to offer to help and help bring things back because I had a bigger car and I figured we could help her because she was pretty distressed about all the stuff in the house. And, we were trying to help, but I think she communicated to us that she just will figure it out. And I know during that time she was pretty stressed out by all of that, what had been going on.
So you wanted to help her bring things out of the house, but she told you no?
Right. I said if she needed help moving them back to her place, that we would be happy to help her.
I think they're look at her face. I think they're asking about gift giving because one of not that they have to prove motive. The prosecution doesn't have to prove motive, but one of the motives, of the strongest motive in this case, is money. And that the prosecution said that Jessy spent Lynn's inheritance until there was nothing left, and then if she were to make sure she was no longer around, she would get her estate. Because I'm just going to fill in some words based on my own opinion, okay? So disclaimer, this is my own opinion. Are we on the same page? So if she then made sure Lynn was no longer around, she'd obviously manipulated her for long enough by being a caretaker, so that Lynn would say, if something happens to her, everything would go to Jessy. But there would be some also that Lynn intended to leave for Anthony, Koreen's son, but he didn't get that. Jessy had wangled something to get it herself. So you see what I'm saying? And I'm sure, in my own opinion, based on just researching, these Facebook posts and things, can you imagine Jessy saying to Lynn, don't worry, I'll take care of everything if anything happens to you, like you haven't been well, trying to take care of you, whatever, and I'll take care of your cats, because she was very worried about her cats. The sicker that Lynn got, the more worried she became about her cats. But then as soon as Lynn had passed away, I'm going to show it to you again, just so that if anyone missed it, it's very hectic. She says here, October 17th. Let's just see the first post. There. October 13th. Okay, 10 days. 10 days after Lynn had died. Yes, Dagny. 10 days. Update. The cats have a new home. Fingers crossed it works out. I'm sorry for not being the girl that most know. I'm sorry for just all. I'm dealing with more than most know. I had a family friend pass away last week. I'm in charge of all. No family, nothing. It's all me. So I'm sorry. I've been Facebook IMA for a long time. And now I need help. Trying to find a home for two loving cats. It was her passion to take in strays like these were. If I can't find a home together, I have to put them down. Please help. I mean, shame. 10 days later. And then she posted more pictures and she said, I'm still desperately, on October 15th, okay, 12 days after Lynn had died. So less than 2 weeks, she said, I'm still desperately searching for a home for the cats. I had 2 people back out and the third wasn't the right fit, unfortunately. These are 2 males about 7 years old, free to the right person or family. They are older, not used to little kids, came from a single older person. Very good, loving cats, but can't be around little kids, looking for the right home. I had a family friend pass away last week and I'm in charge of all, no family, nothing, all of that same stuff. And she again said she has to put them down if someone doesn't take them. October 17th, still looking for a home for 2 loving 7-year-old male cats. Both neutered. Front paws declawed. Shame. My goodness. Not used to kids. Must go to an older person or someone with teenage kids. Very good cats. Need a home or I have to put down. Their mom took them in from the human society. Okay. 5 years ago. Used to dogs, not other cats, looking for a home because their mommy passed away. Please help. Whoa. Okay. So that is what we are dealing with. Yes, Jessy. Yes, Jessy. We see you. And I don't know where they are now. Does anyone know? Maxine's like, declawed? I mean, ooh, that sounds hectic. CRISPR says, are they safe now? Do we know if they were adopted? I don't know. That answer, I don't know. I've been looking because I'm worried. I don't know. And now they'd obviously be old cats. They'd be like 12 now, right? Mm-hmm.
Did she tell you who helped her bring things out of the house?
No.
When Lynn moved into her, well, when Lynn passed away, she was living in a condo in Pewaukee, correct?
Pewaukee, is that what you said?
Pewaukee,
Yes,
correct.
yes.
Did you help her move into that condo?
No,
Did Anthony help, as far as you know?
I don't recall.
But if he helped you, he would have told you. If he would have helped, he would have told you, correct?
Right.
And as far as you know, Anthony didn't tell you he helped Lynn move into the condo, correct?
That's correct.
Prior to living in the condo, did Lynn live somewhere else in Waukesha?
Yes, she lived in an apartment building.
Did you and Anthony go visit her then at that
Yeah.
place too?
Yes,
So you and Anthony visited her at the apartment in Waukesha and the condo in Pewaukee.
correct.
How often did you go visit her at the condo in Pewaukee?
In Pewaukee,
Yes, ma'am.
I would say really as often as she would let us. If she was not feeling well, obviously we just had the respect to say, okay, well, we'll see you soon and get better. And so there were not a lot of times. She didn't live there super long. I know she had. I mean, I remember having conversations with her about the place and things that she had to have fixed and different things. But it was not as frequent, just because she would ask us not to come.
Well, approximately how many times, if you could put in a number?
I'm sorry, I couldn't give you a number.
And you indicated sometimes you wanted to go visit her, but she would say, no, I'm not feeling well.
Correct.
How often did that happen?
In the year, maybe year plus before she passed, that happened pretty frequently.
So in 2017 and 2018, she told you not to come over a lot.
Correct.
And she told you not to come over a lot because she was not feeling well.
That's correct.
I mean, she had a lot of stomach problems and back pain and all sorts of health problems she was trying to figure out, so I understand that. Liza Ferguson says, I've received an inheritance on 2 occasions. I just banked them until I decided what investments I wanted. Receiving an inheritance does not automatically trigger crazy spending. That is such a good point as well. So even if Lynn wanted, Harley, it even hurts to say it, wanted Jessy to spend all her money, Lynn, being so caring and frugal, wouldn't be like, yeah, just dish it out. Just buy your friends laptops and Game Boys and go gambling with it. Just do that. I don't care. I mean, it's only inheritance that I got from my parents, but cool. You go blow it. Okay, you have fun. Yeah, right.
And when was the last time you went over there? In 2018?
In 2018,
Yes, ma'am.
it was early in the year, January or February.
And when you went over there in February 2018, was it just you or you and Anthony?
It was myself and Anthony.
Is it safe to say every time you went over there, Anthony went with you?
Often. I mean, I'm sure that I went at times without him, but I knew she always wanted to see him. So if we were in the area or if we were going to be out and about, we do a lot of stuff together. So.
And prior to this time in around February 2018, before that, she would tell you not to come over because she's not feeling well, correct?
Correct.
And the day you visited her in 2018, what was she like, her demeanor?
Sorry, but whoa. Nomfic, do you think I don't know that? I literally read it in the way she wrote it. That was the point. She wrote human. She didn't write humane. That's why I said human. And I'm like, okay. So sorry if anyone thought I'm saying human society. She literally wrote freaking, she got them from a human society. Humane. It's spelled differently. My word. Thank you, Nomfic.
In 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
That early? We talked a little bit about, her health, and I tried to offer some suggestions of what she might be able to do to.
Let me stop you there. Why did you talk to her about her health?
Because she was always telling me that she was so sick, and we couldn't come over and visit.
So even when you went over in February 2018, she's talking about being sick.
Correct.
Did you see anything in the house that would affirm that she's not feeling well?
No.
Did you see a walker or anything like that?
No.
Did you see any prescription bottles laying around?
No.
Did you go into the kitchen and see any prescription bottles?
No.
Did you ever go into her bathroom and see prescription bottles?
No, nothing out that would be out just for anybody to view, no.
Would she let you go into the bathroom, or did you ever have to go to
I went to the bathroom, yeah, sure, but I didn't like go in her drawers or cabinets.
But when you went over there, as far as you can remember, you didn't see any prescription bottles out?
Nothing out, no.
But you remember her complaining about being sick?
Correct.
Did she tell you what she was sick? What was causing her to be sick?
She said she didn't know, and she just would tell me what would happen to her because she's been so sick. And so
What did she tell you was happening to her because she was sick?
she told me she just had really bad stomach problems and she just had diarrhea all the time.
Did you?
Which can be a symptom from continuous eye drop dosing. Why would someone do that? Would be the question then. Why would, let's speculate, why would Jessy have dosed her with things for a long time, if that's the case? If we don't know that. Maybe just to make her like weak so that she could take care of her, so that she could spend her money right under her nose with this mask of, I'm taking care of you, everything's okay. While she's weak and suffering, she's out blowing Lynn's money in casinos and giving her friends laptops and Game Boys, you know what I mean? Maybe that. Make her less aware, weaken her literally, physically.
You ask her, are you taking anything for this? Are you going to the doctor for this?
I did ask her if she'd been to a doctor because I was going to try to help her find perhaps a stomach doctor, and she said she had already seen somebody, but
Did she tell you it wasn't working with these doctors?
She said nothing seemed to be helping.
Did she appear to be depressed because of that?
An object that calls for speculation and a medical conclusion.
Lack of foundation, but I think you can ask anything about her appearance that she knew or sound.
How did Lynn appear to you when she was talking about her health?
At that time, she appeared not overly out of the ordinary, maybe a little exhausted, a little tired maybe.
Did she appear to be happy that she was sick?
She wasn't happy that she was sick, but she had a fair demeanor where I wouldn't have thought that she was in despair or anything like that.
Did she, when you were meeting with her, was she sitting down or was she standing up?
Well, she came to the door and let us in.
Did you watch her walk to the door?
Mm-hmm. Well, I wasn't inside, but she came to the door to let us in.
When she let you in, did you watch her walk back into her residence or to the couch?
Yes.
Did she seem to have any problem walking?
No.
Some weird questions there. She had problems walking. I don't know what the relevance of that would be right now, because she had a lethal dose of eye drops on October 3rd of 2018, which is what killed her. You know what I mean? Anyway, so Kathleen R. said he's inferring Jessy deserved everything and Anthony deserved nothing, right?
See her with a cane or a walker?
I did not.
Did she ever tell you that she had eye problems or eyes were sore? Or?
No.
Did she tell you that she had been to a lot of doctors visits?
Well, one of the arguments she and I had was her going to the ER when she was sick versus having established doctors. And so I was always trying to encourage her to connect with either a specialist or a doctor, like a primary doctor. I said, because if you go to the ER, they're just going to try to deal with your immediate issue and then they're going to send you home. So I think she had a lot of frustration that she wasn't getting help, but she also didn't have herself established with doctors, and I don't think she could afford to go to the doctors or to go to a doctor.
So when you were speaking with her in 2018, as far as you know, she couldn't afford to go to a doctor?
Her whole life she didn't really go to doctors because she couldn't afford it. So.
And that's what she was telling you?
I can't tell you that she told me that day, or the day that she confided in me about her, because the conversation she and I had with regard to her health, whether they were in person or over the phone, were still relating to my hoping she would get established with a doctor versus going to the ER, because I thought she would get better help if she was still so sick.
So because you last visited her in February 2018, I take it you didn't go visit her on her birthday?
I did not.
Did you send her a card?
We did not.
Did you call her?
I believe we probably called her around that time, told her we'd connect, and that was probably all.
When you say we, did you call her as far as you?
I called her.
You called her on her birthday?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
I can't tell you if it was exactly on her birthday. I mean, it might have been the end of June or the early part of July. I can't confirm if it was exactly on her birthday.
Well, do you know when her birthday is?
Yes, it's June 30th.
Okay. But you don't remember if you called exactly on her birthday?
I do not remember that, no.
I do like how she chuckled at him, like, yes. I mean, she was only Lynn's friend for, 30, 35 years. She's like, he asked, do you know when her birthday is? Mm-hmm, yes.
Do you recall how long that conversation took? When you spoke with her?
I do not recall.
Do you know if she was still complaining about being sick?
2018. I don't know if in that conversation that was even discussed. I'm being fair when I say I just don't really remember that.
Do you know she was in the hospital, correct?
I did not know she was in the hospital.
So when she was in the hospital in September, you were unaware of that?
Correct, and it wasn't until after she, I believe, was out of the hospital, and we had a conversation, realized that both she and I were in the hospital at the same time and never knew it. So it was, I had been sick and she had been sick, but we never knew each other was sick at that time.
Did you know if Anthony knew she was in the hospital?
I do not know if he knew that.
So it's safe to say you didn't visit her when she was in the hospital?
Very safe to say that, since I was in the hospital as well and didn't know she was there.
Yeah. Oh, you were in the same hospital?
We were in the same hospital.
So I take when she was in the hospital, she never called your house to let anybody know she was in the hospital?
I could not confirm that.
I mean, nobody from your house told you, hey, Lynn's in the same hospital you're in?
No, but my family was with me because I was in the hospital.
I forgot, again, when was Lynn's birthday?
Her birthday's at the end of June.
I know what day.
June, I believe June 30th.
If I told you June 26th, would
26th,
you
okay.
refresh your memory?
Yep, that refreshes my memory.
It sounds almost like Lynn would be, because Lynn, her friend said, made a big deal out of birthdays always. So I'm sure her friends would want to do the same. I'm like that, but people need to remind me a day before, please. Maybe even on the day that it's their birthday. I'm terrible at it. I'd love to spoil people in my close circle, for their birthday, but like they gotta tell me. So it almost sounds like they're like, yeah, man, I knew her for 35 years. Lynn's birthday, June 26, 1956 is when she was born. So she's like, yeah, June 30th. It's probably when Lynn would phone, just around then, every year. Like, okay, it's birthday time again. You want to come over for some cake, right? Or let's go shoe shopping. Can't you imagine the besties doing that? Okay. By the way, we have 1 hour left of trial footage for this whole trial day. Yes, I'm very excited to have shortened it like that for you. And so we're still going to hear from Lynn's ex-boyfriend. We might have to speed that up a little bit. He's a very gentle soul, slow talker. So we'll see that at the end here. 1 hour left of this trial footage.
Were you aware that Jennifer Flower was a joint account holder in Lynn's bank?
No.
So Lynn didn't tell you in January 2016 that she and Jennifer Flower were joint account holders on her checking account?
No, she did not.
Or a market account? She never told you that?
No, she did not tell me that.
And around August 12th, 2019, according to the police reports, you were interviewed by Detective Hoppy in this case. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Would it be safe to say, to strike it, today's about October 27, 2023, correct?
Correct.
And you were interviewed by Detective Hoppy August 12, 2019. Would it be safe to say your memory of Lynn and what was happening during this time is fresher when you were interviewed by Detective Hoppy in 2019?
I would say that that's fair.
And according to the police report, he interviewed you at your home, correct?
Correct.
And when he told you during the interview that he was recording you, correct?
I believe so.
And in the recording, because I listened to it, you said that Lynn had a lot of demons, no secret about that. What did you mean by that?
Objective relevance. And vagueness.
I like that objection. Relevance and vagueness. It was like objection, relevance, and vagueness. Yeah. I mean, it does feel like the defense has Lynn on trial. So I respect what defense attorneys have to do. I mean, what a challenge they have. Their jobs, right? And there are some very respectable defense attorneys out there. Right? I think you guys have seen my take on the Delphi case. I'm like, whoa, go Bradley Rosie. Like, what is he up to? I know people have differing opinions about that, right? So let's not get into that right now. But the point is, I can't stand it when the defense strategy, and I know they don't have all that much to go on, but I would go with, how can you prove that Jessy put the Vicine in the bottle or anything like that? Something else. Another strategy. If I were a defense attorney, I would do anything to avoid blaming the victim so much. If not even at all would I want to do that. If that's all you have, oh man, please be so careful about that. It's just horrible. It's like they're putting Lynn on trial and, just the things they're saying. It has a lasting effect. You would remember these defense attorneys by that. It's not nice, That's where I could see where people say, how do they sleep at night? Right?
Sustained.
Well, you also said that you really didn't hang around with her at the last part of her life. Is that safe to say?
We didn't see each other as often, correct.
I mean, you were sick, as you just told the jury, correct?
Correct.
You were dealing with sickness in your own family?
Myself, my family.
So that caused you not to be in connection with Lynn, correct?
I would say that our connections, our visits were less than they had been. I was taking care of my parents. I had my own health issues. So life happens and you take care of things and you prioritize.
You said that Lynn, in your interview, appeared to have mental breakdowns. Is that true?
Mental breakdowns? I don't remember saying that. Mental breakdowns.
Did she have mental breakdowns?
Not that I recall. I don't know really what specifically that means.
You said that you would have to tell Anthony to go visit her because he was going to school by UW Waukesha.
I didn't tell him to go visit her. He would just go visit her.
I mean, I don't know what you told him. I'm just telling you what I heard on your interview with the detective.
At this point, I'm going to object. She hasn't stated she doesn't remember anything or needs her recollection refreshed. So I'm going to ask Attorney Galavis to just ask questions at this point.
Sustained.
Yes, sustained. Okay. I like how they're objecting today, right? I see a lot of you now saying you live by your calendar, and what about birthday reminders in a calendar? Do you know how many things I have in my calendar every day with true crime events, hearings, trials starting, this happening? That's the problem. For me, at least. That's the problem. It gets hard, but yeah, okay. Do my best, okay?
I mean, it says you knew Lynn from the time she lived in Franklin. Is that true?
Correct.
Do you know when she was living in Pewaukee, would she frequent down to that area a lot, if you knew?
Not that I'm aware of.
Did you ever meet Jessy at all, Jennifer Flower's daughter?
I don't recall ever having met her until after this, until after Lynn had passed.
So it's safe to say you weren't really close with Jennifer Flower at all?
Correct.
It says that Lynn always wanted to talk about the will, but you didn't want to talk about it. Is that true?
Again, I object. He's referencing something she hasn't stated she can't remember.
Sustained.
Did Lynn ever want to talk about the will? Or wills?
She had told me on different occasions that she was handwriting things and she was calling it her will. I honestly didn't pay a lot of attention to it just because I've been through things with my parents, and I just thought that what she was doing was just kind of what her wishes were more than like an actual will.
So she would tell you this when...
Ooh, that's a good point as well. Lynn was old school. She had a flip phone. She liked to print photos, not transfer photos from phone to phone. So these perfectly typed up wills are now a red flag for me too, because I think, and I'm speculating, it's my opinion, I think Jessy typed them up. Maybe made Lynn sign it, because there were two of them, remember? There was the one that had her name and Anthony Pozza's name on, Koreen's son. Then there was another one, a newer one, right? If I remember correctly, that's what I understood. And the newer one was Oni, that Jessy would get everything. Oh dear.
And you met with her in person or over the phone?
In person.
So when you would meet with her in person, she was telling you she was writing things on paper and calling it her will.
Correct.
And she would tell you that she's writing these things down on paper because this is what she wants done after she passes away.
She would say, yeah, if anything ever happened, find these wherever she was going to put it. It was always on her table, like her notebook paper or whatever.
So she was keeping these documents that she was telling you about her will there in her home.
Yes.
Did you ever get to look at them?
I never did look at them. I just felt like it was inappropriate, and I didn't feel that it was my place to pick it up and read it. She would tell me things that she was putting on it or putting in it or whatever, but I didn't ever make it my business to dig through it.
Was she putting it on like notepads?
Right. It was just like on loose leaf paper or notebook paper or something.
And you saw that laying around in her living room area, or what part of the house did you see those?
Sometimes like on her coffee table, or she had a box, a file box, like a plastic.
We saw that box that was open next to her bed when she had died. Odd, right? And all these little handwritten notes. Yes, Sweet and Salty says handwritten will requires a witness to sign also, but we saw pictures of that. The wills, the documents. Oh, it just feels like, oh no, did somebody offer to help her? Let me help you type that up and sign here. Whoops, I made a typo. I typed it again. Just quickly sign here again. I can just imagine it going like that.
File box. Sometimes she had things that she kept things in there.
When you saw these wills laying around, was Anthony with you?
I would have to believe that there may have been times that he was with me when she would talk about that.
Did she ever tell you that Jessy was taking care of her?
I don't recall that.
No. Did she mention anybody was taking care of her?
No.
Interesting. A friend she knew for over 30 years. Never mentioned Jessy. Was taking care of her. Sure. Jessy.
Did she ever mention to you that her neighbor would come over and help her?
I know that she told me she didn't know a lot of people in the condo complex, but I vaguely remember her telling me something about one of her neighbors. Whether that was that she was helping her, I don't remember.
When you would talk to her on the phone or visit with her, did her medical issues seem to increase as far as the problems that you would bring up?
When I would talk to her on the phone, did it increase? Is that what you just asked me?
Yeah, yes.
I don't think that it increased. I mean,
so she would talk about the same problems over and over again.
It was typically the same symptoms that she would talk to me about.
Judge, I'm gonna have about another 20 minutes of this. You want to take lunch, or?
How's my dairy doing? Would you like lunch, or would you like to? They seem a little indifferent, so let's keep going.
But it says you had an opinion about.
And we keep going. Vanilla Cupcake, you say you responded to a comment on the cat post there. So yeah, I forgot about some of those comments where Jessy literally replied to someone who wanted to take in the cats. And Jessy said, it's not that I want to put them down either. Their mom that passed asked for that if I couldn't find the right home. What an absolute liar. There's no way, just from what we know about Lynn, what her obituary says, that she would say, if you can't find the right home, just put them down. No way. Oh my goodness, that makes me so mad.
Lynn's illness, that you thought it was more drinking rather than eating food. Is that true?
Yeah, I object to the form of the question.
Sustained.
Did you have an opinion as to what was causing Lynn's illness?
Objection, relevance, and speculation.
Sustained.
But you were aware that Lynn was in and out of the hospital, correct?
Not until after she was out of the hospital. I didn't know she was in the hospital. I was aware after she was out of the hospital. At one point, I don't know if she was, this was one occasion, I don't know if there were hospital visits before or after that. I am not aware.
Did Lynn ever mention to you that she had put $50,000 in a lockbox in the bank?
She did.
Did she mention to you when she put this $50,000 in the lockbox?
I believe that she told me this sometime after she had gotten money from, after her mother passed away, but I could not specify when specifically.
Did she tell you that she had written checks or had other people, she wrote checks to other people, had cashed them, and they gave her back the cash to put that money in the lockbox?
Objection calls for hearsay.
Rephrase.
So Lynn told you she put $50,000 cash in the lockbox, correct?
Correct.
And did she tell you where that lockbox was located?
She did not.
Did she tell you how she got this $50,000 cash?
I'm not sure if she really specified how she got the money. If she told me, I don't remember, but I think at the time I probably just would have gathered that it was inherited money from her parents or her mother, because that was all right around the same time.
So if she would have told you, hey, I'm writing these checks out and I'm cashing them and getting the cash.
Yes, sorry, pausing. Vanilla E says, wasn't Jessy arrested before on forgery? She could have just forged Lynn's signature. You are so right. So many smart Grizzlies here. Look at this, okay? So on the left is the victim Lynn, on the right defendant Jessy, right? So if we go here, previous violations of this defendant, March 2010, April 2010, July 2010, October 2010, and this was misappropriate ID info to obtain thing of value, forgery, misappropriate ID info to obtain thing of value, resisting obstruction of an officer, and forgery. You're right, Vanilla E. Yes, she's done it before. And that's all she was caught with. So, oh dear. She's capable of it. She's done it before.
You wouldn't remember if she told you that.
Objection. That's not what she just stated.
Sustained as to the form of the question. Assumes facts not in evidence.
She eventually told you she took that money out, correct?
No.
She never told you she had taken the money out?
No, she did not.
So if you told the police in your interview that she told you she took the money out, you just don't remember that?
I don't remember her ever telling me that she took the money out of the safety deposit box.
No, if you told the police that that's what she told you, you don't remember telling the police that.
An object to vagueness. I think there's some confusion on took the money out of what?
Overruled. You may answer.
I'm sorry.
Do you understand the question?
I don't understand the question. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Please rephrase. Or re-ask.
If you told the police that Lynn told you that she had taken the money out of the lockbox, you don't remember telling the police that.
I do not remember telling the police that.
As far as you know, Lynn with her finances, was she organized with her finances?
Lynn and I didn't discuss each other's finances, quite frankly. I just know that when she was doing her hairdressing, she lived her, money to money, check to check to survive, and at that time, she would, share lightly things like that, but we didn't really discuss our finances. That wasn't part of our relationship.
I mean, you knew that Lynn was on state benefits, correct?
Object. Speculation. Actually, if we could have sidebar.
Sure.
Did you see that? We teleported again, right through that sidebar. I think they discussed a few things now, if I remember correctly. And we've still got about 55 minutes or so, 50 minutes-ish of the trial footage. Okay, we continue on.
Thank you. Be seated. The objection is sustained as to the form of the question.
Did Lynn ever talk about state benefits with you?
She did not.
She ever talk about Social Security with you?
She did not.
Anything about food stamps?
She did not.
She talk about her healthcare insurance?
It appeared to me from conversations that we had that she didn't have insurance.
I mean, you were aware of Lynn's drunk driving offenses, weren't you?
I'm going to object to relevance and ask a strike question.
Sustained, question is struck. Jurors will disregard it.
Did Lynn appear to be very happy when she inherited that money from her mother?
I don't know that she really had any different disposition than her usual disposition.
Were you aware when that Lynn got credit cards when she inherited the money from her mother?
I was not aware.
Were you aware that Lynn had any credit cards?
Throughout all the time that I've known her, I know that she had like a Kohl's credit card. She would get like small store credit cards here and there. That was all I was aware of.
How did you hear about Lynn's passing?
Jessy called me.
And is that the first time you've ever heard from Jessy?
Yes.
So prior to that, Jessy had never made contact with you?
Correct.
Nor you contact with her?
Correct.
And what day did she call you? Strike it. How did she contact you?
She contacted me by my cell phone.
Were you surprised that she knew your cell phone?
Yes.
And do you remember what day that was when she contacted you?
I do not.
Well, Flynn passed away on October 3rd. Do you know when, in relationship to that Jessy called you?
I'm sorry, will you say that again?
If Flynn passed away on October 3rd, in relationship to that being October 3rd, when did she contact you? The next day? The next week?
It was fairly, I believe, immediately, if I remember correctly.
And did you eventually go to Lynn's home?
Yes.
Did you go to Lynn's home that day?
No, I believe when Jessy called, I believe it was maybe sometime, like maybe after I worked. I was working, and then maybe it was, I don't want to say for sure what day it was. I just know it was sometime soon after she had passed. We had gone out there.
Did you go with yourself or with somebody else?
With my son.
And I take it Lynn wasn't there when you went?
Correct.
And what was the reason for you going there?
I believe that Jessy invited us to come over to meet and, I think talk about what had happened.
Did Jessy allow you to go into the house? Strike that, not allow you. Did you enter the house?
Yes.
The condo? Did Anthony enter the condo?
Yes.
Did you guys remove anything from the condo?
That day, I don't believe so.
Did you come back the next day and remove stuff from the condo?
I can't tell you what day. I do know that Jessy, she was taking care of the estate. She informed us that she was taking care of Lynn's estate, and that I think that she let us know at some point if there was anything memorable that we would like to have, that, she would make that happen.
Oh my. Carla says, Grizzly True Crime. Do we know how Flowers and Lynn met? Is she on the witness list? How Jessy's mom and Lynn met. I don't know how they met. Did they not say earlier? Did this witness not say earlier that they? Yeah. She said that Jennifer Flowers, or Flower, is it Flowers? I'm like Flower, okay. Her and Lynn met at a complex that they used to live in. So I think that's how. That's what Koreen mentioned. I don't know. I haven't seen the witness list, so I'm not too sure if she's on it.
So you went back to the condo and she said, go in and take what you want?
No, not what you want. She said at some point that, if there were things that were there that meant something to us, that, we could have that or whatever. It wasn't anything specifically, or there were certain things that she talked about specifically that were things that we were going to ask her about, but we didn't just go in and take things until sometime later. We took a few little things that made us remember Lynn, or made us think of Lynn.
So you made several trips to the condo to remove things?
We made a couple. We didn't go. I went to the condo at one point. I think Jessy was making bins that she was putting various things in for different people, for those of us who knew Lynn. And then I believe Jessy and I talked about maybe having a little estate sale. I think she told me that she wouldn't be able to do that in the condo, that there were condo association issues. And then sometime shortly after that, she was able to coordinate having a sale.
Yeah, and she said it's going to be huge. She's like, I'm going to be there. Are you? I'm ready. Are you? That's what Jessy said. Also that, to hear Koreen say that they went over there And they just took, you know, a little item or two to help them remember their friend Lynn. What did Jessy do? She's like, woohoo, estate sale. All contents can go. Even the jewelry, she pawned it off. And as the prosecution said in their opening statements, she even said how long she had the jewelry when she pawned it off. She's like, oh yeah, I've had this one for 6 months, this one for a year, or whatever it was. Which the timing was probably also not true, but still, she didn't want to keep her jewelry as something sentimental. It's just like, okay, I'm getting rid of everything, guys. Who wants to come and get it? Like, oh my goodness, even that is not quite to the behavior of a grieving friend.
And the majority of the house was empty other than what she had displayed that she wanted to sell. And that's what I remember. I do remember when she had these bins, I believe she asked us if there was anything in particular we wanted. For me, it was, you know, maybe some of the shoes and some, I mean, it was, I don't want to even say trinkety things. It was things that I had either given her that I knew she loved, or I took those things like back just as memory of her. So, I mean, we weren't going in and out of there and like taking out cases of things. First of all, there wasn't a lot. Her apartment was small, and we didn't really want anything. We wanted her back. So that was just our disposition at that time.
So you were taking things, was Anthony taking things too?
He did take some things.
Was any other person with you taking things?
I know that Jim Kelliher had come by. My brother Keith had come by.
So Jim Kelliher came by and he was taking things?
Yeah, the bins that Jessy had put together. There were plastic bins that she was putting things in.
You said Keith was coming by and he was taking things?
I don't remember if Keith had a bin of things or not. I know that Keith questioned Jessy about an item in particular, and I don't remember if Keith had anything or not. I don't remember that.
Did you take any rings of Lynn?
I did take one ring of Lynn's.
Do you know if Anthony took any type of jewelry with him?
Jewelry, not to my knowledge, any jewelry, no.
Do you remember how long you were in the house looking for things?
Maybe we were there a couple of hours. I mean, it's really, I'm guessing it's been a while.
So you were there for a couple hours looking for things, and Anthony was there for a couple hours looking for things. Is that true?
That's probably fair.
And this was shortly after Lynn's passing?
Right, and per Jessy's basically invitation, she wanted to go through the house and get things organized and sold and whatever.
Per Jessy, she seemed like she wanted to get everything out of the house.
Right.
So she could sell the house.
Correct.
And these birthday cards that you were just shown to the jury, the prosecutor asked you to bring them those, or the detective asked you to bring those birthday cards, correct?
I believe so.
Right, they asked you to bring stuff that had Lynn's handwriting on it, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. And that's all you had as far as Lynn's things that had her handwriting on it, those cards?
I had cards. I mean, I probably have letters from her. She would write letters occasionally and put those in cards or just write letters.
Right, they asked you, could you bring us everything you have that has Lynn Hernan's handwriting on it, correct?
No, not ever.
And we're all guessing now, right? He's going to be like, okay, let me show you the will. Is this her handwriting? Okay, and we like to ask the question right back at you, sir. Does she commit fraud and forgery and all that before? Does she forge someone's handwriting and signature? Mm-hmm. Yeah, she did. She's literally been charged with it before. That was in the court. So who knows how many times she's done that in her life. You know? She's got a... I don't want to speculate too far, okay? Don't go wild with this. I'm just like... when I look at her Facebook, she's got an album that says, "We sure will miss," I think it's Auntie Susie or something. And I'm like, what? What happened to Auntie Susie? I think that's her name. I'm like, what happened there, huh? That was in 2007. Because I was trying to find, well, what happened with all the forgery charges and things? What happened then in 2010? Because those were all in 2010. So let me just look at the album. It says, "Aunt Susie, we will miss you." Oh, yeah. And this was from, Hold on one second. 2012. 2012. Yes. Okay. Anonymous Lurker says the Grizzly non-alcoholic sidebar new merch. It's too complicated to keep on making merch, for every idea we have. So I pretty much have the Grizzly logo now that you guys can get if you want to, show support for the brand, for being a Grizzly and everything. But otherwise, oh my goodness, it's just like non-stop making things for everything we come up with. But yeah, it's not a bad idea though, Anonymous Lurker. I've got this sugar-free cherry cola. I had a huge thing of coffee. I got water. I literally have my own little non-alcoholic side bar on my table right here. Okay, so are we ready to continue? Sorry, I just wanted to tell you about that little bit there. Okay, and we're preparing for, so you know how her handwriting looks, huh? And it's like, can I show you this? Let's see.
Everything. I think I have kind of a card saver, and I just grabbed the box of cards that I had, and I dug through there. There was a handful right on top of the box, and so I just grabbed those, and I gave that to them.
They didn't ask you, hey, do you got any more stuff that you can bring for it that has her handwriting on it?
I don't recall that.
Ma'am, were you aware that Lynn was taking medication for illnesses?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled. She may answer.
I was aware that Lynn, for the majority of her life, had a thyroid problem, and I know she took thyroid medication. That I know. I just thought that was kind of a lifelong thing. Other medications that she may have taken for different things, I wasn't aware of.
Did she did she abuse the medications?
You can object. Speculation irrelevant.
Sustained.
You told the police that Lynn abused the medications. Why did you find that relevant?
Object to the form of the question. Move to strike it.
Sustained. The jury will disregard that last question.
Were you aware, if at all, if Lynn took other type of drugs that weren't legal?
No.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
Very briefly. Ms. Pozza, I'm not going to stand in the way of anybody.
Love this redirect time. Let's go.
It's lunch, so I'm going to ask you a few follow-up questions, okay?
Okay.
Earlier, Attorney Galaviz made the comment to you that if Lynn had it, she spent it, right? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Were you talking about literally everything she had?
No, she wasn't, she didn't, in my opinion, when I say she spent what she had, she didn't have much, but she was generous in that she would try to make a small amount of money go a long way.
If she had won the lottery, for example, was she going to give every dollar away to people?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. And a lot was made of this $50,000 in a lockbox conversation. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Why did Lynn bring that up to you?
She told me that she...
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Go ahead, sidebar.
Rephrase your question.
Attorney Galaviz asked you if Lynn ever told you about $50,000 in a lockbox, correct?
Correct.
Did Lynn tell you why she was giving you that information?
Because she wanted Anthony to have a key for the lockbox.
Did she want Anthony to have that money?
She said to me if anything ever happened, she wanted him to be able to go get that money, and he would have that money for his school or whatever he needed.
To your knowledge, did your son ever get $50,000 from Lynn?
He did not.
Now, similarly, you talked about an item, a singular item for your brother Keith, is that correct?
Correct.
And that's kind of in the discussion of people sort of splitting up Lynn's property after she passed away?
Correct.
What was this specific item for your brother?
It was a gold bracelet.
If I show you Exhibit 46, that's previously in evidence and asked to publish it.
It's in front of the witness. You want it published, or you just want it quick? There you go.
Yes, please. And I know it might be a delay in the jury box, but Ms. Pozza, can you circle, if you see the bracelet in Exhibit 46, can you circle the one you're talking about?
Circle it with my finger?
The bracelet you're referencing with your brother, if you see it.
I do see it.
Okay, could you circle it with your finger on the screen? That's a touch screen in front of you. All right, right in the middle of the picture then.
Correct.
And Madam Clerk, would you mind capturing that annotation, please? And I'd ask that that be labeled 46A and moved into evidence.
So Exhibit 46A is received.
Thank you. Ms. Pozza, why was that something, well, let me ask you this. Do you know why that was a specific item your brother was interested in?
Because I don't know if he had any part of her buying that, and by that I only mean like taking her different places. She was,
Hold on. Do you know why that was of significance to your brother? Yes or no?
Yes.
All right.
And why was it? Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
Sorry. Yes, because she had said that That would be for Keith if anything ever happened to her.
To your knowledge, did your brother ever receive that bracelet?
He did not.
Now, switching gears one last time, a lot was made of...
That is so hectic. I mean, Lynn even said, if something happens to me, to Koreen's brother, I want you to have it. I want you to have this bracelet. But Jessy pawned off the jewelry.
Your conversations with Lynn about hospitalizations and illnesses, right?
Correct.
If you had ever suspected... Well, let me back up. You were talking to Lynn about getting treatment and setting up with primary physicians, right?
Correct.
If you had suspected that she was suicidal, would you have sought help for her?
Yes.
Did you ever think she was suicidal?
No.
And there was one hospital stay where you two were in the hospital together and you just never knew it.
Correct.
Do you remember roughly what time frame that was?
I don't remember the time frame.
If I told you Lynn was in the hospital...
Objection leading.
He didn't even finish the question, but just rephrase, please.
Sure. If I told you that Lynn was in the hospital in September of 2018, does that sound like a similar time frame as you were in the hospital?
Yes.
Okay. Do you believe that's around the time frame where after you were both released from the hospital is when you learned you were actually in the same hospital together?
Yes.
Okay. And you had a phone conversation with Lynn after that hospital stay?
Yes.
So would that be just very recent in time before she passed away?
Yes.
Was that your last phone conversation with Lynn?
It may have been.
Did Lynn ever give you an indication that she was suicidal in that phone call?
No.
Did Lynn ever say goodbye to you, her friend of 35 years?
No.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. You may step down.
Now I'd ask
What?
that Pozza be released from prison.
What now, Jessy?
We subpoenaed her.
Oh, she's
She's released from the state subpoena. You remain under the defense subpoena. They'll let you know when you'll be needed. All right, thank you. Be seated. I do need to put aside.
Did you see how we teleported through that lunch break? Now they're going to have some sidebar discussions. You know what happened in the sidebar from my memory, from what I remember, preparing this for you guys. I think they're going to discuss that. Then Lynn's ex-boyfriend is going to be the last witness on the stand for this day.
On the record, there was a request from the state for the sidebar. This was concerning questioning of this witness regarding benefits or food stamps or things of that nature. I essentially sustained it as the foundation. I was concerned at sidebar about some relevance, but I did indicate that the defense could re-ask and some of the questions, which the defense did. Anything either party wants to put on the record about that sidebar from the state?
Nothing additional, thank you.
From the defense?
No, Judge, thank you.
All right, and defense indicated that Ms. Pozza has been subpoenaed.
Yes.
All right, and you weren't able to ask her all the questions that you had during your cross?
No.
You'll provide her with some more specifics as to when she should return when that is necessary?
As soon as we get excused.
I don't mean this second, but,
Yes.
all right. You have the ability to contact her directly, or do you need to work through the state on that?
Maybe both.
Anything on that particular issue from the state?
I would ask for an offer of proof of why she needs to be called back to the stand. She's obviously a person who's working, who's taking time off of work to be here.
I'm not saying she has to remain here.
No, I understand, but it's obviously an inconvenience to come during a work day and get off, and they had an extended amount of time on cross-examination.
Just watch now how good the judge is. She's got such strong boundary setting skills. She holds her courtroom down. We haven't seen this in every trial, you know what I mean? And I mean, wow. She's also had to deal with Darrell Brooks. Remember that? Wow. So check this out.
I review the police report supplements. We've exhausted the information that the parties are aware of her knowledge around this case. I simply can't understand why we need to call her back to the witness stand.
Well, they've subpoenaed her. That's their right. I'm not going to unduly interfere with that or require them at this point, even with that police report that you have and the information. She obviously needs to be advised. She's still subject to the exclusion and may not watch any of the proceedings. So I'll ask the state's victim witness, since she was here on your subpoena, to make sure she understands that and that That's my ruling on that. All right, I'm just giving you an hour for lunch today.
Judge, can we just address one more thing?
Sure.
And it's sort of going to be a standing objection, I guess. I'll put it, and I know the court doesn't like dealing with hypotheticals, but there's been 2 completely inappropriate questions asked by Attorney Gallives related to the victim's criminal record and any abuse of pills with no foundation, and I think he very well knows that they're inappropriate questions. This was our concern in motions in limine when they were just hypothetical, and now they've come out in front of the jury, and it's completely inappropriate. And I guess that's the extent of my objection, but it shouldn't happen anymore. It shouldn't have happened the twice that it did this morning. Attorney Gallives is an experienced attorney, and I think he knows exactly what he's doing, and he's slandering the victim in front of this jury inappropriately.
Attorney Gallives?
Well, Judge, a lot of these comments are mentioned by the witnesses to the police officers.
That doesn't matter, and you know that. Okay, we had motions in limine. Just because it's in a police report doesn't mean it comes in this trial. There's no relevance to her having OWIs or anything about anything she may have done prior to her date of death regarding her substances that she may be using, alcohol.
Yes, Judge, say it for us, right? Also, I know some of you like a challenge. If you're a South African or from New Zealand or you're watching rugby in general, the Rugby World Cup final is going to start in a moment, okay? I challenge you, it's starting now, to watch on 2 devices. I want to see, can you stay here with us? Don't go. Okay, but it probably is a losing battle. Enjoy the game if you are watching. I know that Mr. Grizzly is, and the cats are. Willow, Fury, and Raphael are out there watching.
You've had an ample opportunity to talk with both the Dr. Kacinko from NMS Labs, who did the toxicology reports regarding what was actually in the toxicology for Ms. Hernan, and the medical examiner. The rulings from the motions in limine did not evaporate when we started this trial. In fact, that's the purpose of them for this trial. This is about whether Lynn Hernan, right, died as a result of poisoning and, right, the cause and manner of death as it relates to the homicide charge. The fact that there may be some history there is not relevant. They were improper questions. You are warned not to ask any other witnesses about that.
Judge, but there's more than just that count. There's count 2 and 3 that deals with Lynn's credibility or character, when those were because of her state and because of her history of being arrested and convicted of drunk driving, and how she handled herself when she got out of prison and things that she knew. And
those have no relevance. They're not coming in. They're improper under the rules of evidence. I made my rulings with the motions in limine. There's been an additional request here today.
Yes.
You think I need to revisit that, file a motion with specificity, cite to the law that you think is appropriate, and why there should be some exception to allowing inadmissible character evidence about the victim. That's my ruling. You all now have 55 minutes for lunch. Be back here. Thank you. We are in recess. Presume you have your.
Love that. Did you see that? And did you see that? Now we teleported through the lunch. That was so great. That was so good. Yes, Judge, tell us. I just quickly want to show you guys. We're going to watch The Last Witness now. I just want to get this ready for you. Wait. Just quickly want to, because everyone keeps asking this question. Where is it? This one. Okay. I'll have to resize again. These are the charges. Okay. You keep, see, that's the question. What are the charges? What are they? Okay. So this is the criminal complaint. Count 1, first-degree intentional homicide. The above-named defendant on or about Wednesday, October 3rd, 2018, at that address, did cause the death of victim A with intent to kill that person, contrary to those codes, a Class A felony, and upon conviction shall be sentenced to imprisonment for life. Count 2, theft, movable property, more than $10,000, approximately between January 1st, 2016 and October 3rd, 2018. And that's around the time when Lynn was very sick, right? Okay, at that address. Did intentionally transfer movable property of victim A, to wit, money having a value greater than $10,000 without consent and with intent to permanently deprive the owner of possession of the property, contrary to those codes, a Class G felony, and upon conviction may be fined not more than $25,000 or imprisoned not more than 10 years or both. And count 3 is theft, movable property more than $10,000 to $100,000. The above named defendant between approximately October 4th, 2018, the day after Lynn died, and July 9th of 2019, that's after when she was arrested. Then it says, in Wisconsin, did intentionally transfer movable property of the estate of victim A, to wit, money having a value greater than $10,000 but does not exceed $100,000 without consent and with intent to permanently deprive the owner of possession of the property contrary to those codes. And this would be a fine of $25,000 or imprisoned not more than 10 years or both. So this probable cause affidavit, it's really detailed and good. The reason I haven't read through all of this is because it'll probably take about an hour, and it would add an hour to our concise trial time, and I brought you everything in a presentation format. But this document is available on Patreon if you do want to read through it yourself. I'm sure you can find it as well if you Google it. But because it's been many years, obviously, it's from 2018, but it is on there. I do put documents on Patreon if you are interested. Okay, and now I just quickly have to do a little resize here, and then we carry on. Let's go.
Next witness. Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. The first thing I will ask you to do when you are seated is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
James Kelliher, James, Kelliher, Kelliher.
Thank you.
So as you can see, James Kelliher, Lynn Hernan's ex-boyfriend, okay?
Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you, Judge. And Mr. Kelliher, the first thing I'm going to ask you to do is just kind of sit up towards the microphone so we can make sure everybody hears us, okay? Perfect. Sir, are you working?
No, I'm retired.
How long have you been retired?
8 years come November.
Okay. What did you do when you were working?
I was a heavy equipment operator for Local 139.
And how long were you employed in that fashion?
30 years.
Okay. Now, you know you're here to talk about Lynn Hernan, correct?
That's correct.
Did you know Lynn Hernan?
Yes, I did.
When did you meet Lynn Hernan?
Approximately 1983.
And in 1983 then, were you just friends with Ms. Hernan or something more than friends?
Well, I met her at Summerfest, and after getting to know her, then we started dating. We started to go out after that.
Okay, pretty quickly after meeting her?
Yes.
And how long were you and Ms. Hernan in a relationship together?
About 10 years, till about 1993.
And during that time span, so 1983 to 1993, how old were you?
I was 23 when I met her.
Okay, so 23 to 33 you dated her?
Correct.
Was Ms. Hernan the same age roughly?
She was, I believe, 3 years older than I was.
Okay, so 26 to 36 in that time frame?
Correct.
Was there anything major that caused your relationship to end?
Probably just the amount of hours I was putting in. That, working Saturdays, sometimes on Sundays.
Okay, just not enough time for a relationship?
Correct.
Did you and Ms. Hernan remain friends though?
Yes, we still were friends till this day.
Was there any gap? I mean, did the relationship end in 1993 and tempers had to cool or anything like that?
No, sir.
Okay, just relationship ended for time constraints and you went to being friends?
Correct.
Okay. So when you were dating, that 23 to 33 year period of your life, or I should say age 23 to 33, were you going on dates and things like that?
Correct. We go see bands and go out to dinner, stuff like that.
Okay. Were you discussing financials a lot in your 20s and early 30s?
No.
Okay. And what was Lynn doing for a job at that time?
She was a beautician.
Okay, like a hairstylist?
Hairdresser, yes.
Did she do makeup and stuff too, or just mostly hair?
Correct, yeah.
Oh, she did do makeup as well?
Yes, correct.
Okay. She liked to look good herself?
All the time.
Okay. And would it surprise you, in fact, on the day she died, we even saw some pictures of her nails and toenails being painted pink. Would that surprise you at all?
No.
Okay, that was kind of the Lynn you knew?
Correct.
Okay. So you weren't really talking about financials in your 20s and early 30s, right? Did you know how much money Lynn had, for example?
No.
Okay. In that 10-year time span, was she buying you gifts for, I don't know, year anniversaries and birthdays and things like that?
She would buy stuff, but usually it was from like rummage sales or flea market, stuff like that.
Okay.
But there was no expensive gifts. She couldn't afford it.
Okay. Wasn't buying like a brand new TV set or a computer or anything like that?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, transitioning then from the relationship being over, but your friendship continuing, did you continue to stay in contact with Ms. Hernan?
Yes, I did.
What did that look like after your dating relationship was over?
We would just see each other whenever. She would stop over, we'd stop over at her house. We'd see her on holidays, Christmas, New Year's, whatever.
So major holidays?
Correct. She was more than welcome at our house.
And when you say our house, who are you referring to?
Me and my girlfriend, Linda.
Okay. When did you start seeing Linda?
2003.
Okay. So about 10 years after your relationship with Lynn ends, you start dating Linda, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, are you still with Linda today?
Correct.
Okay. When you started dating Linda, was it awkward at all that your ex-girlfriend is still a friend or anything like that?
No.
How would you describe Lynn's relationship with you and Linda?
They were friends. They would get along, and we would go out. They would have cocktails together.
Okay. And Lynn was friends with both of you at that point then?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And so
We know the defense will be like, oh, cocktails. Did she drink cocktails, huh? She liked those. Did you ever see her put a couple of eye drops in it? Like, come on. Nobody does that. Intentionally. Nobody wants that.
well, aside from major holidays, you said it was just kind of open that Lynn could stop by your house whenever.
Yep.
If we set aside holidays like Christmas and New Year's and things like that, how many times a year do you think you and Lynn were together at either your house or her house?
I couldn't say for sure. About once a month, maybe once 6 weeks. It would vary. It depends.
But
If I
you would
was
see
working,
each other on average once a month, you think?
Probably yes, or at least talk to her. Yes.
Okay. Was that true from 1993 up until her death in 2018?
Correct.
Okay. And when you were just friends now, so after 1993, did you have any reason to discuss financials with Lynn at that point?
No.
Did you know how much money Lynn was worth?
No.
Did you know her spending habits or anything like that?
No, I did not.
Okay. You would talk to her pretty regularly, though?
Correct.
When you would get together for holidays, were there gifts exchanged?
Yes.
Okay, from both you to her and her
Right.
to you?
Correct. It was nothing expensive.
Okay.
A lot of stuff was Harley Davidson stuff.
Okay, you beat me my next question. I was going to say, did it become more lavish at all or,
No.
or less so? It was the same thing, basically.
Correct.
You said mostly Harley Davidson stuff, I think I heard?
Correct.
Okay. So, and that was consistent from 1993 until 2018 as well?
Correct.
Okay. What about with Linda, your new girlfriend? Were there cards or gifts exchanged between Lynn and Linda?
I believe just on the holidays, like Christmas or New Year's, stuff like that. Thanksgiving,
Okay.
birthdays.
So, in your entire time, from 1983 until 2018, that's about 35 years if I'm doing quick math here, did you know Lynn to be like sick or anything like that all the time, would you say?
Not during that period, no.
Okay. Did there come a period of time when you knew her to be sick?
During 2016, when she stopped at her new house, she had came over and she had mentioned that the hospital, the doctors could not figure out what was wrong with her.
Okay. Is there a reason you can remember that it was a time in 2016? Is there a reason that conversation?
That's when we moved into our house.
Okay. So that kind of stands out to you?
Correct.
Did Lynn come see you at your new house?
More than once, yes.
Okay. The conversation you're talking about where she disclosed kind of being sick to you, was that shortly after you moved into your new house?
Correct.
And you're sure that was in 2016?
Correct.
Prior to that, had you ever heard Lynn talk about being sick or?
No, I did not.
Okay. Was there anything else she said to you at that conversation in 2016 about her health or any other concerns?
She said she doesn't know what's happening to all her money.
Did you know what she meant?
No, I did not.
Did you take that conversation any further?
No, I did not.
Okay. So from 2016 then, was it just through 2018 that she talked about being sick when you would talk?
If she would stop over, we'd invite her over. We'd have a housewarming party, whatever, and she would stay or she would bring some. She's a good cook, so she'd bring treats and stuff, but then she would always leave. She would say she'd have stomach aches or whatever, and she would always leave. She wouldn't stay for the parties.
And as far as...
Yeah, Stefan says, oh my word, did it start in 2016? I mean, it also matches the timeline of when the money started being spent, so that's why I worry about it, right?
As you know, those stomach aches and things started in 2016.
Correct.
Okay.
As far as I know.
Okay. Now, when was the last time you think you saw Lynn in person?
Probably Christmas on 2017.
Okay, so that would be the Christmas before she died?
Correct.
Okay. What do you remember about that, if anything?
We had Christmas at her house.
She invited you over then?
Correct.
Okay. And did you stay for a long time, or was she kind of like...
A couple hours, maybe.
Okay. And did Lynn seem comfortable with that, or was she kind of pushing you out the door?
No, she was comfortable. She made like snacks and shrimp and whatever. She was a good cook.
Okay.
Exchanged gifts. And
okay. And was it just you and Linda and Lynn at that time?
Correct.
Okay. And so moving forward from Christmas of 2017, did you continue to talk to Lynn on the phone then?
Yes. Yes.
And was that still on average, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but on average about once a month?
Probably longer than that. It would be every 2 months or so.
Okay.
But she would stop over whenever.
Okay. Do you remember her stopping over after Christmas time 2017?
Yeah, I don't know exactly when, but yeah, she would stop over.
Just for a quick visit?
Right.
Okay. So aside from those, you maybe talked to her once every 2 months in that sort of start of 2018 till October of 2018?
From 2016 to 2018, correct.
Oh, going back to 2016 to 2018?
Right.
Okay. And why was the frequency sort of spread out more in that time span, do you know?
She would always say that she wasn't feeling good.
Okay. And to be
We
clear-
invited her more than that, but she wouldn't come over.
Okay. And to be clear, that was a change from prior to 2016?
Correct.
Okay. In any of that time between 2016, when you moved into your new house, and I'm sorry, when in 2016 was that?
The end of June.
Okay. So end of June 2016 till October 3rd of 2018, did you ever hear Lynn say anything to you about thinking of killing herself?
No, I did not.
Overruled.
And I'm sorry, can you repeat your answer, please?
No, I did not.
Did she say anything that caused you concern?
No, she did not.
If Lynn had ever told you anything that made you think she was suicidal, would you have called somebody on her behalf?
Well, yeah, I would have tried to do something. She never gave me the indication of suicidal. Never.
Okay. And I'm going to switch gears a little bit. Mr. Kelliher, as you sit there today, have you ever been convicted of a crime?
A couple times.
Okay. How many times?
2.
2. Okay. And somewhat in relation, in 2012, did you have to pay fines to the court?
Yes, I did.
Did you pay those fines at the actual clerk's office, or did somebody else?
Lynn paid those.
And do you remember about how much money your fines were?
There were 3 different charges. It was $300 apiece, so it was $900 total.
Okay. And Lynn paid those for you?
She paid them, but I had asked the judge for more time to pay them, and they agreed. And Lynn just went and paid it anyways.
Okay, just hang on. So Lynn paid those for you, that $900?
Correct.
Did Lynn say to you at that time, hey Jim, don't worry about it, you don't need to worry about that $900?
No, she did not.
And did she want her money back?
She got it back within an hour, but she never said no. I gave her money back right away. I told her not even to pay it for me.
Understood. But she did.
Right.
But did she ever say, you don't have to worry about this as a gift?
No.
Okay. That $900 that she essentially loaned you for an hour, we might say, right?
Correct.
Was that the biggest chunk of money Lynn ever gave you at one time?
Correct.
Okay, and again, you paid that back within the hour, you said?
Correct. As soon as we got to the house, my house.
When you were talking earlier about gifts of like Harley Davidson things and rummage sale things, did Lynn ever throw some cash in an envelope for you on top of it?
No.
Did she ever write
Not
you a
that-
check for any amount of money?
Not that I recall, no.
Okay. So Christmas gifts were not money related, they were objects?
Correct.
Okay. So moving into September of 2018, I'm switching gears again a little bit. Did you learn that Lynn was in the hospital?
And what year was that?
In September of 2018, sir.
She was in and out of the hospital from 2016, but I don't know the certain dates when she was in and out of the hospital, no.
Okay, let me ask you this. Do you know that Lynn died on October 3rd, 2018?
Correct.
Do you know shortly prior to her death whether she was in the hospital for more than one day?
Yes, she was.
Okay, and that's the hospital stay I'm talking about, okay?
Correct.
Okay. How did you find out Lynn was in the hospital that time?
I think it was Jessy or Jessy's mother, Jennifer, that we had talked to on the phone. Because we had called, and they answered Lynn's phone.
Okay, hold on a second. I just don't want to get too far ahead. So you think it was Jessy Kurczewski? Is that this woman over here in the white sweater?
That's correct.
Objection, that's not what he said, Judge.
Overruled.
And you said it was her mother as well?
Correct.
Okay. Now, did they call you and say, we just wanted you to know Lynn is in the hospital?
No, they did not.
Okay. How did you come to find out Lynn was in the hospital?
We called Lynn's phone because we still had her birthday present for her from June 26th is her birthday, and we had her present still for her. So we were calling her to see when we could get together to give her a present.
Okay. How in that conversation did you learn Lynn's in the hospital? Did Lynn answer her phone?
No, she did not.
Somebody else answered her phone?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I don't want you to speculate as to who it was, but do you know for certain who the other person on the other end of the phone was?
At that time, no.
Okay. But what information was given to you that led you to believe Lynn was in the hospital during that phone call?
Objection, you're saying.
Overruled, but just phrase it. I think you phrased it fine, so keep going.
Okay, thank you.
What was the question?
Sure, absolutely. What information was relayed during that phone call that led you to believe Lynn was in the hospital?
I don't know if there's any real information. When we had asked, they had said that Lynn was sick, and then why were we talking, or why did we want to get a hold of Lynn? So I don't know exactly, but Lynn was in the hospital for like a week before,
Okay.
so I don't know.
Wow. So the other person on the phone was like, why do you want to get a hold of her? She's sick. Okay. Like basically like she's in hospital. What do you want? I mean, it's her birthday. Sounds like she's in and out of the doctor's offices and going to the hospital. She went to the hospital in September though. Her birthday's in June. But still, you know, sure. That's pretty shocking.
Okay. A couple days after that call, where somebody else answered Lynn's cell phone, did you get a call from a hospital?
I got a call from Lynn.
Okay. Was it from Lynn's cell phone?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. So what I'm asking you is, and let me ask you this, what kind of phone did you have at the time? Was it a smartphone, a flip phone, something else?
My phone is a flip phone.
Okay. And is that what you had back in 2018?
That's what I've always had.
And so when you get a call on that phone, if you have somebody's number programmed in, a name will pop up. Is that right?
Correct.
And if you don't have them programmed in, just a sort of phone number will appear, correct?
Correct.
When you got this phone call from Lynn, was it from Lynn that you had programmed in your phone or a random phone number?
No, it was a different phone number.
Okay. So how did you know it was Lynn?
Because Lynn called and said that she was going to be getting out of the hospital in a couple days.
Okay.
She said, this is Lenny, so that's how I knew it was Lynn.
Okay. Do you remember approximately what date that was, that she called you to tell you she was getting out of the hospital?
Probably like September 24th or 25th.
Okay. Late September of 2018 still?
Correct.
Okay. So was that the entire purpose of her call? Just to tell you she was getting out of the hospital in a couple days?
Yeah, and I asked her like when we could get together and give her a birthday gift.
And what did she say when you said you wanted to give her this birthday gift?
Objection here, Sue.
Are you offering it for the truth of the matter, or sir, or for some other reason?
I'm not. It's just to show why he did what he did next.
Overruled, he may answer.
Do you need me to repeat it?
Please.
Sure. So you told her you have this birthday gift for her still, right?
Correct.
And you wanted to give it to her.
Correct.
And I want to know, what was her response to that?
That she was going to be getting out of the hospital in a couple days, which would be, she thought by Friday, the 28th, she'd be getting out of the hospital.
Okay. Now when we're talking about Lynn's birthday, do you remember when Lynn's birthday was?
June 26th.
Okay. And at the end of September, 2 full months later, you still had a birthday gift that you hadn't gotten to her?
I still have it in the basement. It's still wrapped.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Why was it that between...
Shame. That is so sad. She didn't even ever get her gift. She said she hopes she's going to get out of the hospital on the 28th of September. I mean, she died on October 3rd. Sure.
In June of 2018 and September of 2018, you hadn't been able to give Lynn her birthday gift.
Lynn was sick. I believe she was in and out of the hospital.
Okay. Had you been trying in those 2 months to deliver this birthday gift?
Correct.
And it just wasn't working out because of her health?
Correct.
In any of that time, did you think, boy, Lynn's just given up, I gotta do something?
No.
And she, in fact, said she was getting out in a couple days, referencing this birthday gift you were trying to get?
Correct.
Okay. Is that the last time you talked to Lynn directly?
Correct.
Was there ever another message that Lynn left on your phone?
Yeah, there was another message after that.
Okay.
But there was, during that phone call with Lynn, I mentioned when we tried to get a hold of Lynn a couple days earlier on that Sunday, that a couple ladies had answered Lynn's phone. And they were telling us not to call this number ever again. Don't worry about Lynn. And they hung up on us. And a couple minutes later, another female called back.
It's all hearsay.
What? Right? That's like a mic drop moment. So other ladies were answering the phone and like, don't call this number ever again. And don't worry about Lynn. I mean, speculation would be Jessy and her mother, who were driving her Jeep around shortly after that, selling all her stuff. Wow. Thank you, Johnny, for the updates.
I'll sustain the objection, on narrative and hearsay. Next question.
Okay. That was the same call that Lynn said she was getting out of the hospital, correct?
Correct.
And that's the last time you talked to her directly, right?
Correct.
But you said a few days later she left you a message of some sort?
Judge answered.
Overruled.
Thank you. Is that right, sir?
Correct. She left me a message, a voicemail.
Do you remember how many days after?
I couldn't tell you for sure.
Okay. In that voice message, though, did she ever say, Jim, I'm sorry, I'm leaving, I'm gone,
No,
anything like that?
she apologized for the way that those...
Sustained.
Anything in that voicemail message that caused you concern that Lynn was going to kill herself?
No.
Speculation.
Overruled. His answer may stand. If there is an objection, wait till I rule on it, okay?
Okay.
Just to be clear, you said no?
No.
Thank you, sir. That's all the questions I have.
All right, Cross.
Thank you, Judge.
Not impressed. Sure. I mean, looking at her. Oh, so were you answering Lynn's phone and saying, why do you even want to get hold of her? Like when she was in the hospital. What do you want? What do you want? Why do you want to get hold of her? Okay. And then even after that saying, well, don't ever call this number again, okay? Then he's fine. Ooh, that is terrible. Okay, so now prepare yourself. It's cross-examination time. So the defense is going to be asking questions. We have 10 minutes left.
Good afternoon, Mr. Kelliher. Can you hear me?
Yes.
If you can't, let me know, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Lynn paid for a ticket of yours on April 3rd, 2015, correct?
Correct.
And that was $195?
Not that I recall, no.
She also paid for well, that ticket was $67.30 on April 1st, 2015, correct?
Not that I recall, no.
She also paid for your property account for $195 on April 3rd, 2015, correct?
No, sir.
If I was to show you a copy of some checks that I received from the bank, would it refresh your memory?
Sure.
Do you remember her paying for your tax preparation on April 3rd, 2015 for $195?
I don't recall.
If I showed you a copy of the ticket, would that refresh your memory?
Show me, please.
I believe we're up to 590 for the defense. Do you want to mark that, please, for identification purposes?
591, Judge.
Oh, all right, 591, thank you.
Thank you.
I don't believe it's the 67 one.
Does it have your...
Garage.
Does it refresh your memory? Does it refresh your memory, sir?
That's my tax preparation, so maybe she did for that.
So again, in 2015, Lynn was paying for things for you, correct?
Apparently, I didn't ask her to.
And you indicated you met Lynn at Summerfest, correct?
Correct.
And you dated for about 10 years, correct?
Correct.
And did you frequent any bars during that time too?
Yes, we did.
Did you frequent a lot of bars during that time?
A few.
I object. I told you. Okay, I know that I know. I know that you know that I know, but they're gonna go there. So you frequented bars, did you? She drank, did she? She liked to drink, did she? Oh, come on, come on. Here we go. Buckle up, everyone. Stefan says, time machine moment. Without glasses? With glasses. Yes, indeed. There was a lot of faffing to get to that right exhibit there. So, yeah, that was the time machine. Without glasses? With glasses.
And eventually you guys broke up in 1993, give or take a year or so?
I believe so.
And then you kept in contact, correct, with Lynn?
Yes.
Did you get together with Lynn at bars?
Could have, yes.
When did your get together with Lynn at bars, did it ever stop?
I quit drinking in 2015, so I never went out to the bars after 2015.
So around 2015, did your get together with Lynn at bars stop?
We wouldn't get together anymore after we had broke up. We would see each other here and there, but we weren't ever going out. We wouldn't call each other and say, let's go to the bar.
Did Lynn help you when you lost your grandma's house to foreclosure?
But Rochelle, how could you and Pete go to bars? Careful now, this defense will cross-examine you, okay? And did you like some eye drops in your vodka or what? Because they will ask that too. Oh my goodness.
Not that I know of.
You don't remember her helping you when your grandma's house was foreclosed?
Financial-wise or helping out?
Helping out?
She might have been there to help move and stuff. There were a lot of people that were there moving.
Did she help you pay some of your bills so you wouldn't lose your home?
No, she did not.
Isn't it true that she gave you a down payment for your home?
No, she did not.
Isn't it true that you then borrowed your money?
I'm sorry, I just didn't hear the question.
Isn't it true that Lynn borrowed you money?
Not that I know of, no.
You just don't remember?
The 900, when she paid that ticket for me, but I told her not even to pay that because I'd got an extension on that. And then we went right to my house and I paid her back because I had the money at home.
Well, didn't she borrow you money for your pool?
No, she did not. We had a home line of credit for her, and we had a payment book for that, sir.
Did you and Lynn ever go out to dinner together with your...
You know who else went to bars? Everyone. But also Jessy, your client. A lot. You can just see it, especially, you know, after Lynn had passed away and she was like, woohoo, estate sales, come and get it, everyone, and just like partying it up. You can see it on her Facebook.
Your new girlfriend?
I couldn't say for sure. We may have.
So you don't remember if you, Lynn, and your girlfriend went out to dinner, would she would pay for the dinner?
No, sir.
You don't remember that? Or it did happen, you just can't remember it?
I don't believe it happened.
But you indicated that in 2016 to about 2018, Lynn became very sick.
Correct.
Became very, very sick where she would not want you to come around her anymore. Is that true?
She didn't want to come over to our house. It wasn't...
So you would invite her to your house and she refused to come over?
She would come over and she would bring us treats or snacks or whatever if we were having a cookout or whatever. And then she wouldn't stay. She would go back home.
And she wouldn't stay because she was sick?
She said she always had stomach aches.
Did she tell you about her back problems?
She had health issues, yeah, but...
Did she tell you about her foot problem?
Like literally, the judge disciplined this defense team. Before this, we heard it together. And here they are, still asking questions about medical problems from 1991. Yes, Lynn struggled with back problems. Shame, since 1991. Yeah, she took some baclofen or something. Is that what it's called? Baclofen? Something like that. She took medication for it. What is the relevance? One would think the judge got through to them, Ryan. Thank you so much, Joanna. Haley Mouse says, why does he keep saying borrowing you? Loaned, it's loaned. Borrow you? Yeah, he keeps saying that.
No.
Did she tell you about her eye problems?
No, she did not.
But you said that she was in and out of the hospital from 2016 to 2015. Strike that, from 2016 to 2018. Is that true?
Correct.
How do you know that she had been in and out of the hospital during the 2-year period? She was telling you this?
Yes. I would talk to her. I'd still talk to her.
Did she tell you what hospital that she was going to and what she was being treated for?
No.
Did she tell you that she had been taken by ambulance to hospitals?
Excuse me? What was
Did
that?
she tell you that she was taken to hospitals by ambulance?
No, she did not.
You were aware that when you went over there to Lynn's house, I think you said the last time was December of 2017?
Correct.
Did she have a cat?
Did she have a cat?
Correct.
Pause. Just he's like, did she have a cat? Like they was like, are you really asking me if she had a cat? Like what is the relevance of that right now? Also, why did if Jessy was her caretaker, okay, she was caring for her, why didn't she drive her to the hospital? You know what I mean? Wow.
Yes.
Did she tell you who would take care of her cat when she was in the hospital?
No, she did not.
Did you offer to go over there and take care of her cat when she was in the hospital?
No, I did not. I didn't know when she would always go into the hospital. She'd go in and she'd be back out and said she was in the hospital. I wouldn't know. How would I know to go take care of the cat?
So she wasn't telling you at all when she was going to hospitals, correct?
No.
When Lynn moved to her condo in Pewaukee, did you help her move?
No, I did not.
Did you know she was even moving?
I heard she had bought a condo, but I didn't know when she was moving. She never wanted help when she moved.
She never wanted your help when she moved?
She never wanted anybody's help when she moved because she was an independent woman and she wanted to do things herself. And if people helped her move, she'd redo her interior anyway. She'd rather do it herself.
Were you aware that when her mother died, Lorraine?
I believe that was in 2013.
Yeah, did you go help her?
No, I did not.
Did you offer to help her?
I know when she died, but no, I didn't.
What does this have to do with anything? Seriously. This defense team just grills every witness as if they're on trial. For what? What are you trying to do?
Not. She never asked.
When you went to her house and...
I know what they're trying to do. I'm stating the obvious. I'm just like, what are you trying to say there? They're obviously trying to be like, well, Jessy was her caretaker. Jessy was there for her. Oh, really?
2017, December, did you see medication around?
Not that I remember.
You weren't looking for medication,
I
correct?
wasn't looking for it, yeah, correct.
When she went to the hospital in September of 15th to 28th of 2018, did she tell you why she was in the hospital?
No, she did not.
Did you ask her why you're in the hospital?
I might have, I don't know. I can't say for sure.
Did you go visit her in the hospital?
No, I did not. I wouldn't know when she was going to the hospital.
But you knew she was in the hospital, correct?
I would know she was in the hospital after the fact, when she'd come back home and tell me she was just in the hospital.
But you said she called you while she was in the hospital, correct?
Oh, in 2018, yes.
But you didn't go visit her when she...
No, I did not. She called to tell me that she was going to be getting out in a couple days.
Did you ask, hey, I'll go pick you up, Lynn, and take you home?
No, I did not.
Did you ask her, well, if you're in the hospital, who's taking care of your cat?
This guy. I mean, oh, it feels heartbreaking, right? These types of questions, because did Jessy take her to the hospital? No, an ambulance did. Did Jessy fetch her? I don't know. I don't know. Who took her home? Wouldn't doubt if it was her friend Koreen or Anthony.
No, I did not.
Did you ask her, if you're in the hospital, who's picking up your mail?
Never came up.
I'm nothing further, Judge, thank you.
All right, any redirect?
Just one question. Mr. Kelliher, you didn't go visit Lynn in the hospital, correct?
Correct.
But you made plans to see her when she was released.
Correct.
And that never unfortunately happened, did it?
It did not.
Thank you, sir. That's all.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And that was the end of the day. That's the trial footage. For day 4, we did it. We did it in the time about that a half day would normally take, you know, morning session, afternoon session. Pretty good. Good job, guys. If you stayed here throughout. I see there's a few more people here today than they have been on day 1, 2, and 3. So if you are new to the case, don't stress, don't worry. There is a playlist for you. I would recommend watching the beginning of day 1 at least, and then the beginning of day 2, because there's presentation time, and then you'll right up to speed. And of course, it's weekend now, so you got plenty of time for replay watching. You can do it at any speed you like, using that little setting switch that you see there. You can put the closed captions on as well if you want, and just power through the timestamps if you want to catch up. This trial continues again live in the courtroom on Monday. Of course, in this format, I'm not covering it live as it unfolds. I am waiting one day so that I can then work very hard to cut out all the fluff and bring it to you the next day. Okay? And so that means we're going to start with day 5 on Tuesday. Yes. So that's what we're doing. For those of you on Patreon and who are members, in our last member stream that I posted the replay of on Patreon, right? I mentioned that I'm very excited for Caitlin Armstrong's trial, and I am. However, they're not televising it. They're only going to have a pool feed for opening statements and closing arguments, and that's it. Can you believe it? Like such a high-profile case. My goodness, that's all they're doing. So whenever the opening statements are, depending on what we're doing with this, we're following this case, right? We're doing this trial with a 1-day delay so that I can bring it to you in this format. We won't always do, some trials we'll watch live still. Don't you worry, okay? It doesn't mean things change forever. It just is a different way of doing it sometimes. Especially when we need to build trust, you know, with the courtrooms. And by that I mean, remember the Burgos Aviles trial. Oh my goodness. The tardiness almost killed us as much as we were there. We were there. All together. The stamina of all of us. That was just amazing. We were there in spirit with Griselda and Dominique's family. So, we'll check out when the opening statements will be. Jury selection starts on Monday for Caitlin Armstrong. And I'll be keeping a close eye on how that's going and when will opening statements be, and we'll try to fit that in, okay? Maybe we'll shift this, you know, a little bit. We might shift the times a little bit compared to how it was in the last 5 days, because I've also got some, you know, little interviews or appearances here and there that I'll let you know about, maybe on Patreon, maybe right after or right before. I don't know yet. But the thing is, there's a few things to work around, so I'll let you know. But we will be together for day 5 on Tuesday at this point. That will be around the same time or so, depending on what happens with Caitlin's one. So, yeah, Caroline says, we can watch the Caitlin Armstrong trial on police hello cams as she runs away. I'm so confused about that case because they say she's going to have a hearing for her new escape charges, the attempt to escape. Well, she did escape for 10 minutes or so in November. But like, how are you going to have a hearing in November while her trial's on? So anyway, don't know what's going on there. So I hope that you enjoyed the concise version of today's trial day as well. I hope you will check out the replays if you are still catching up. I hope that South Africa wins. Rugby World Cup final. Go Bokke, hey? Are there South Africans here? And if you're watching rugby, wow, that's commitment. Thank you so much. I will see you again very soon. Don't get, what do you guys call it again? You say, I need my Grizzly fix. Don't get trial bubbleless, okay? It gets tiring watching trials together, I get it. Trial bubbleless like trial hangovers. Make sure you get some rest. Maybe you'll see me tomorrow. There's always lots to talk about. Of course, there's Coburger stuff, Delphi stuff. My word. Do you watch my Delphi video? Because there's an update after that. Look at my YouTube shorts and the community tab and my second channel. You'll see it all there. I've been updating you guys that way. So if you don't check out that format, please do. Okay. Jane Robertson says, gee, is Jessy going to take the stand? I don't know. I don't have a crystal ball or something. I can't tell, but who knows? Imagine if she does. So I will see you all very soon. It's time now to say hi to Raphael, Mr. Grizzly, and the kitties. I'm sure you've all seen Willow by now, right? There she is. New member of the family. Fury's sister. And they get along just great. So I'm going to go see them now. And I will see you all very soon, okay? Stay safe. And yeah, we always learn from these cases as well. I didn't know that eye drops were this dangerous, but they are very freaking dangerous. So guard your drinks wherever you are, okay? Okay. Bye, everyone. Have a good evening and a good weekend.